Well, good evening, everybody, and welcome back to The Wild Beyond the Witchlight, presented by Some Other Heroes, which is us. Thank you for joining us. If this is your first time here, welcome. If it is not, welcome back. And thank you for joining us for another exploration of craziness and chaos. I would like to begin the evening by asking my fantastic players to please introduce themselves and tell us who their characters are. Let's start with Chris today.
Hello, my name is Chris Mepham. I am a DM, a nerd, a illustrator. You can find me on the internet a lot talking about D&D and art and comics and stuff. And tonight I am playing Neragwin, the awakened cat cleric.
Fantastic.
My pronouns are he, him, and so are Neragwin's.
Thank you. Charlie.
I am Charlie. I use she, her pronouns. I'm an illustrator and a lecturer, and I also chat about nerdy stuff. Not quite as much as Chris, but still a little bit on the internet. It's quite a high bar to reach that.
There will be no nerd shaming here.
No, heaven no. And yeah, I do lots of drawing, and you can find my stuff. Just search Charlie Vince illustration, and I play Desdemona Svalbard, who goes by Mona, who uses she/her pronouns, and she is a half orc paladin, and she's basically a mum and wears a lot of knitwear.
She's a mum with a great sword. It's amazing.
Indeed.
I love that. Yes, that's absolutely her.
And Theo.
Hello, I'm Theo. I am also an illustrator. My pronouns are they, them, and this evening I will be playing Asta the Furbolg Druid, the Gentle Giant.
Thank you very much. And I am Wayne Fick, and you can find me on the internet as WayneFick01, and I will be your DM tonight for just the second time live streaming as a DM. And with that, I think we will jump back into our adventure. We'll start with a little bit of a recap so that we've caught everybody up. So last time on The Wild Beyond the Witchlight, as they say in soap opera land, our unlikely acquaintances joined forces to explore and investigate the Witchlight Carnival. Asta and Neragwin are on a mission to try and find a Fey crossing rumoured to be hidden somewhere within the carnival, so that they can check up on the Archfey Zybilna and report back to her loyal warlock Madrid Roslov. Mona to make sense of strange goings-on at the carnival, including distressing events from her childhood that somehow she seemed to have forgotten about until very recently. With much excitement, their visit to the carnival began at twilight, and they have had quite an eventful few hours. They attended the giant snail races, where Asta used his charm, and some actual magical charm that may or may not have been cheating adjacent, to ride the super slug Nimblefoot to victory. The group then visited the one attraction that even the Witchlight Carnival hands tend to avoid, which is the ever so slightly creepy Hall of Illusions. And aside from being presented with mirrors that reflect their past, their present, and their future selves, they also helped a halfling couple save their relationship by discovering that a magically imbued mannequin of the mighty mage Tasha, in unfortunate proximity to the couple, had caused some unwanted laughter in an inappropriate moment. That sounds rude, but it's not. And did we mention the creepy girl with the jagged teeth in a pig mask who tried to lure the halfling into the mirror? Yeah,
Nope.
that kind of happened.
Nope. I was hoping that didn't.
Nope, definitely did. After some rapid rhyme work, our trio also took a trip in the floating bubbles from the Bubble Pop teapot, surveying the scenery from the sky. And while steering their bubbles, well, Neragwin and Asta steered, Mona kind of drifted off to the side, they saw a commotion near the carousel. And rushing over there, they discovered a dwarf who appeared to have fallen from the nearby dragonfly fly and lay unmoving on the ground, snoring and sleeping. Noticing someone acting suspiciously in the crowd, our brave adventurers, or perhaps just impulsive adventurers, set off to try and catch the character. And that is where we left them. So, we shall pick up at the beginning of your pursuit of this unusual character. Before we begin, Asta and Neragwin. In fact, Mona, you would know that this is something that happens, but Asta and Neragwin, you notice that with this crowd gathering and people being a little shocked and a little concerned about what happened, the mood of the carnival seems to have dropped a little. And it's not just that you feel like the mood has dropped a little. The carnival seems to get slightly quieter. The music in the distance sort of sounds a little off-key. And there even seems to be sort of rumblings of thunder in the background. It almost feels like the whole mood of the carnival has affected the weather and everything around you. And Mona, you would know that this is something that happens. The Witchlight Carnival exists full of joy and laughter and excitement. And when that is changed or unsettled and drops, it has real effects on the carnival. So, as you notice and hear this sort of soft roll of thunder in the background, you were about to pursue a character that you saw heading away from the crowd, acting suspiciously, and Neragwin had spotted that it looked like they were using some kind of spell to disguise themselves. Are you going to take off and chase them?
Yeah, she's head of security. I feel like that's kind of her job.
That is a good point. I do feel like she would do that. So I would like you to roll me a d20 and give me a dexterity check as you try and fight your way through the crowd to try and chase after this character.
Okay, the dex is shocking, but okay, that's not too bad. So I got a 10 on the d20 and a 16 on the dex check.
Nice. So you push through the crowd, making your way through, helped by the fact that you're carrying a huge greatsword. The crowd kind of lets you through, a few people kind of backing off in alarm as you push through. And you manage to make your way through the crowd just as you see this character slip behind some of the tents further away, heading around back towards the entrance of the carnival. Asta and Neragwin, are you pursuing as well?
Yeah, I think if Asta had because I think when we left off, Asta was still like inspecting this person on the ground. Correct. And you two were having a conversation about this person. So if I notice that they're going, then I would follow.
I mean, they ran. Like that means that they want to be chased.
That is cat logic, yes.
Yep.
It's a little easier for you to chase as Mona has cleared a way for you, sort of path through the crowd. Actually, Asta, roll me a perception check, please.
20.
Yeah, you obviously look over your shoulder and notice everyone's heading off, and in the excitement and probably just wrapped up in what's going on, you run after them, following Mona, leading the three of you, and then the fluffy tail of Neragwin making its way through, dodging and jumping much more easily over boxes, etc., to follow this person. The character that you see heads behind a tent, and the tents and the poles and everything make this really difficult for you to move through as they wind their way through, seemingly very well acquainted with the carnival. Mona, you are also acquainted with the carnival, so it does make it easier for you to wind your way through these obstacles and to try and keep up with them.
She is, however, clumsy as shit, so...
That is true. So roll me a d20 again, please, Mona.
Okie dokie. 14.
Mona, you, just as you think you're going to catch up to this character as you see them whip behind the next tent, you turn the corner and they're gone.
Ugh.
There is no sign of them whatsoever. There are a few other carnival goers milling around, but nobody is moving fast. Nobody's running.
Is Neragwin near me?
Neragwin would have caught up with you by now.
Okay. New friend, Neragwin. Can you smell who we're chasing? You can. You are predator animal.
I'm not a bloodhound. You can clearly see. But I will sniff the air and have a nose around and see if I can see anything.
Sure. Roll me an investigation. Are you looking for them, or are you trying to smell them?
I'm trying to smell them, I think.
Okay. Roll me a perception check, please.
It is a 12.
A 12. There are so many smells that it's hard for you to really discern what's unusual, because there are a lot of unusual smells between the treats and the different people and animals and costume and makeup, and there are a lot of smells. The one thing that raises just the slightest kind of question in your head is that you can kind of smell feathers, and you don't see anything with feathers around.
Can I lock down on that sort of particular smell, the feathers smell? Because that there's nothing with feathers around, and this person was in disguise.
Sure.
And we are looking for a kenku.
Oh yeah, that too. Yes.
Roll me an investigation check.
Woohoo! I'm gonna roll. That is a 14.
Cool. You follow this scent, and it's definitely sort of still there, but it feels like you're following a trail of scent rather than the person somewhere nearby. And as you follow it round the corner of one of the tents in red and white stripes on the side, it definitely seems to you that it at least heads in the direction of back towards where the crowds are. But with the crowds of people milling about, there is no sign of anyone pushing through particularly. So the scent does seem to end somewhere in the crowd. But you can tell with that roll that it feels like they have not tried to run out of the carnival, but are rather still inside.
Well, there's some good news and some bad news. The bad news is I can't follow them using my nose in all this. But the good news is they are still in the carnival. They seem to have dabbled back on themselves, and they're heading back towards the crowd, probably because they figure that they can lose us easier there. I mean...
Didn't you say that this person had some sort of disguise as well?
True.
Maybe they've just bloody done it again and disappeared and pretending to have a nice time.
I mean,
I feel like at this point, Asta kind of catches up to everyone. I was like, what's going on? I just followed you because but you guys...
Oh, we are sorry.
What happened? Where are we going?
Well, Nerigwin saw someone who looked less than favorable for this particular situation, and we followed them, and they have disappeared, and we do not know where they have gone.
Oh, okay.
I don't suppose.
If ever you're,
go on, Mona.
I was going to say, if your Fearbog senses pick up feathers at any point, you should tell us.
Oh, you mean I can do a detect magic, but I feel like there's so much magic around here, it's not going to really help too much.
It is magical here, but yes, you're right.
It might, but it will take you a while. Last time you cast that, it took you a while to do. You did the whole I'm going to sit on the ground and put all my candles out, and then Nerigwin, leave the candles alone, you'll burn your tail, and...
It sounds like it was a whole thing.
It was a whole thing.
I think you're mistaking her Asta's detect magic for a seance.
I think because it's Fearbog magic, I can just do it. I don't think it's a ritual thing, so as far as I can see.
Nice.
I mean, it couldn't hurt.
Are you going to do that?
Yeah, sure, why not?
You cast Detect Magic, and as you expected, there is a lot of magic around, and you start by getting this gentle, almost like a gentle hum of magic, and then immediately are overwhelmed with magic. There is magic of all sorts coming from all over this carnival. Magic is used to create, to hold up, to support, to decorate. The carnival is just a mass of magical energy. And in amongst that, you cannot find any one particular thing.
Yeah, I thought as much. There's magic everywhere, so it's kind of hard to tell.
Nah, I thought as much. It is the tagline. So never mind.
Well, magic everywhere is kind of hard to tell.
That should be the tagline, to be fair.
It's a
Perfect.
little hard to sell, isn't it?
I mean, what would you like to do? You obviously have just come from near the dragonfly rides, where you left the dwarf flying on the floor.
I feel like
You
we
have-
should maybe check on the sleepy dragonfly rider again.
It's at the dwarf, wasn't it?
It was, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, yes, absolutely. There's a head over there, over which I have not walked over to wake up.
Yes, you should fall asleep on their face. Then they will wake up.
Yeah, I did give it a good go, but I mean, you are pretty good at waking people up.
You should not fall asleep on their face.
Me?
What
No,
do you
no.
Okay, alright, good. I just wanted to make that clear. Okay, shall we double back and see if they are still sleeping?
Yes, I mean, maybe we'll get track of our perpetrator? Funny feathered friend on the way back.
Filthy fugitive is the word I would use. Yeah.
I'm so glad my alliteration is catching on. So you're going to double back to where the dwarf was lying, yeah?
Yeah.
So the dwarf, as I said, is right near the dragonfly rides, and the dwarf is now sitting up as you come past, and appears to be completely and utterly unhurt, although sort of rubbing his butt a bit confused, and just sort of sitting there yawning, looking a little sleepy, like he's had a really lovely rest.
Well, that's just disappointing.
What did you want to find?
I wanted to wake him up.
Ah, I see. Okay. I guess we'll go up to him. Excuse me, my friend. What happened?
Well, I was hoping someone could tell me. I fell asleep. I was riding the dragonflies.
Yes.
And then I think there was I thought it was part of the ride. There was a puff of smoke, and then I woke up here. I don't really remember anything
A
other
puff
than
of
that. But
smoke.
yes, I was sure it was part of the ride. I mean, it seemed like some kind of special effect, but there was just a puff of green smoke around me, and then I seemed to have just dozed off. I didn't think I was that tired, but I'm fine. I think I bruised my bum, but otherwise I feel fine.
We will get you. There's a first aid tent over there. They will sort that out for you. I'm assuming Desdemona knows that the smoke isn't part of the ride. Okay.
Not that she's ever been aware of.
Okay.
She knows the people who run the rides and who work here, and in general, that's not something you've ever encountered before. I mean, you could check with the people who kind of run the ride, but you haven't heard of it before.
Okay. Is there anyone who runs the ride nearby?
Well,
Or are
the
they
entrance to the
over there?
dragonfly rides. The entrance to the dragonfly rides is nearby. It's literally just, you can see it from here, which is an archway that has a banner over it telling you where the dragonfly rides are, and it leads to this little sort of green enclosure, which is just near the river that runs all the way around the Witchlight Carnival. Are you going to go in and chat to them?
I don't know. What do my compatriots want to do?
Yeah, maybe we should go and ask them if they seen anything, like untoward or whatever.
Or whatever.
Untoward is the perfect word to say with that voice, by the way. That was so satisfying.
Fantastic.
Okay, my friend, yes, go get some ice for your behind in the first aid tent. They will help. But apart from that, you are fine.
And be careful about what smoke you inhale in future.
Yes, it's a carnival. There's a lot of dodgy smoke.
Absolutely. Next thing you know, you'll think that you can hear cats talking.
You can see his eyes just go wide, and he kind of casts a glance at Neragwin, and then just turns around and wanders off towards the way that you pointed him.
Oh, what have you done, Neragwin?
What?
Oh dear. Right, let's go check with the dragonfly boys.
So as you go through the archway towards the dragonfly rides, you can see that just next to the river where this green enclosure is the dragonfly ride, and there is a huge tree alongside the river, and on the surface of a pool where the river pools, there are huge lily pads that rest on the surface of the pool. And all around and underneath the lily pads, there are phosphorescent algae that glows in amazing colors. And as the lily pads touch the water, the algae kind of just waves and makes these amazing, sort of incredibly, almost psychedelic colors beneath the water. As you watch, you see giant dragonflies that come down and use the lily pads as landing platforms. The dragonflies are huge. They are big enough to take a person on their back for a ride. And their wingspan is enormous. The wings are iridescent, but not just like normal dragonfly wings. They look, because of their size, like they've been made from stained glass. And they are beautiful. They cast incredible colored shadows as they land with the sun shining through their wings onto the water and the algae. It's a really magical thing. As you see them, they stop. People get off who've taken the rides. Other people get on excitedly, and off they fly on these huge dragonflies. Near the entrance, where you've walked in, you see this enormous tree. Now, obviously, Mona, you would know that this is in fact Northwind, who runs the dragonfly rides. And on the tree, on one of the branches, you also see that there is a red squirrel that sits, and as you walk through the entrance, just kind of leans out the tree to look at you and waves at Mona.
Hello.
Mona, you would know that the squirrel is called Red, and he is Northwind's companion in running the dragonfly rides.
Red.
Mona,
Yes?
is that squirrel staff?
Yes.
Okay.
Do not eat the staff. I do not.
That is why I asked first.
Okay.
I can show discretion. Even squirrels can be useful sometimes.
That's very noble of you. Red.
Mona!
Hello. Where is Bossman?
As you say this, the tree turns and smiles at you.
Good morning.
This is Northwind, who is a treant who runs the dragonfly rides. And Northwind just smiles at you with this beautiful, happy smile. He's got just normal brown sort of trunk and bark on his trunk, and then green leaves and gold ribbons and garlands that hang from it. And Narragwen and Asta, you recognize Northwind as one of the people who was in the welcome parade, who walked through, and Red was one of the squirrels who was encouraging you to catch the seeds, etc. And Northwind just smiles and says, "Mona, it's so good to see you."
Hello, my darling. Are you doing okay?
I'm good. Life is wonderful. Everything is so beautiful today.
Yes, it continues to be very pretty. I have have you heard of a little incident that happened with one of your patrons of the Dragonfly rides just over there?
Oh, I did see that. I think he needed a nap. He just fell asleep. Naps are good. People should nap more.
Right, I agree.
I know.
I love Northwind. Northwind's been in that
Asta
dodgy smoke.
is going to greet the tree with reverence, by the way. That's a callback.
Northwind sort of looks at you and smiles, clearly has no idea what you're doing, but just bows really slowly and smiles at you again.
Northwind is chill.
So, would you like a ride?
Not today. Maybe. Well, I don't know. Maybe in a little bit. Yes, Narragwen?
Well, we might see our strange fellow if we do take a ride.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. Actually, we'll get a bird's eye, dragonfly eye view.
Yes, I suppose this is true. I did
Although
want
we
to
were
just
in
check
the
with you.
bubble before, weren't we?
Oh yeah, and that went super well for me. I did want to check with you, Northwind, my friend.
I can't tell you any secrets. I'm very good at keeping secrets.
I know you're very good at keeping secrets.
How good at keeping secrets are you?
As Narragwen says that, Red in the tree, just the squirrel, just looks down at Narragwen and just goes. You get the feeling he doesn't agree with Northwind's assessment of his ability to keep secrets.
For example, if someone had told you there was a Fey crossing in the circus, you would be the perfect person to keep it secret, wouldn't you?
I would. I keep secrets well.
There's absolutely no way you would tell us.
Tell you what?
About the Fey crossing in the carnival.
There's a Fey crossing in the carnival?
I don't know, is there?
I don't know. Mr. Witch and Mr. Light would know. They know everything. But they're not the original owners of the carnival.
Who was the original owner?
I'm not supposed to talk about it.
Oh, it's okay. We're all friends here.
We are friends. They're not even from the Feywild. But it doesn't matter. We're all one big happy family.
Exactly. And if one member of our family shuffles off to do other things, it's all right to let other members of the family know about these things.
I would have to agree.
Who shuffled off?
Oh, whoever used to own the carnival. Went off to do other things, presumably.
Oh, I don't know. It must be a secret, but I don't know that one. I do know the carnival can't run without Mr. Witch's pocket watch. I hope he never loses it, then we couldn't set up.
That would be bad.
And Mr. Witch and Mr. Light would be sad, and there's nothing Mr. Witch likes more than a sea of smiling faces. If the carnival's happy, then he's happy.
That is fair. But if there's a big puff of smoke that makes a dwarf fall out of the sky, then maybe some people won't be very happy. So do you know anything about maybe the puff of smoke? Did you see anything?
No.
Okay.
I saw the dwarf fall off the dragonfly, but
Yes.
I didn't see him smoke.
Did you see anybody pointing at him or pointing something at him or making kind of like, and Nergrin kind of stands on his hind legs badly and kind of does like a waving motion with his front paws, like magic sort of things.
Is that what magic looks like, Nerigwin?
I don't have dexterous wrists, okay?
Even Northwind goes, "You're cute."
I'll take that.
Hmm.
But my question...
No, people were applauding because the dragonflies were flying and that, but nobody pointed at him. I don't think so. But maybe Mr. White, Mr. Light, or Mr. Witch might know because they know everything about the carnival.
Have you seen them around?
No,
Are
they
busy in the- yeah.
They must be in the staff area or getting ready for the extravaganza.
Oh yes, we do love the extravaganza.
It's good.
Okie dokie. Well, you didn't see anything, and you're being very good at keeping your secrets. But don't.
What secrets? I didn't hear any secrets. Did you tell us any secrets?
Did I?
I don't know. Perhaps you should tell me one and I can tell you whether you told me it or not.
As you say this, you just hear from his branches a little voice that says, "Don't confuse him more."
But it's fun.
Northwind just laughs.
Nerigwin, there are 2 acorns inside his head that are his brain cells, and they're working very hard. Okay, we don't want them to burn out. So let's just take it nice and slowly and not confuse him with secrets.
Okay. I'm just going to let that one slide.
It's yeah.
But yeah, if you have anything you'd like me to check is a secret or not, I can certainly look into it for you.
Is that why you're here?
Yes, actually, completely why we're here.
Oh, what secret are you looking into?
A Fey crossing.
There's a Fey crossing?
I feel like we've
Yes,
had
apparently.
this conversation.
Northwind, my friend, these 2 wonderful, intrepid adventurers have been sent here to help to find it. It's very important that they find it. And we're trying our very best to find it. And since you're the biggest and strongest and smartest one at this carnival, we were hoping you could help us find it. I shoot a look at Reg and I'm like, shut up.
Why do you need a Fey crossing? Are you going to the Feywild?
Eventually.
Why?
Oh, we gotta look for someone.
Yes.
Ooh.
A friend.
It's a secret.
To check that they're okay.
Okay. I hope they're okay.
We do too. We want to find out. Do you know how we could find out? Any ideas? Anyone mentioned anything?
No. I think there's lots of magic here, but I don't know the crossing to anywhere. But Mr. Witch or Mr. Light might know. They know everything about the carnival. They're
Yes,
not
they
the
do.
owners, you know. They're not the
No.
original owners of the carnival.
Who?
They're not even from the Feywild, but it's a secret.
Oh. That is interesting. Well, we've taken up a lot of your time, my good friend. You have
That's
dragonflies to
okay.
tend to.
Ah, I like meeting new friends. It's a good day.
It is a good day. You keep that mentality going, my beautiful friend.
Thanks, Mona. You're the best.
No problem.
An
Right.
absolute pleasure to meet you, Northwind Squirrel.
It's nice to meet you too. Bye. As you turn to walk out, Neragwin, there is an acorn that lands just next to you, as if it perhaps could have been thrown your way. But when you look back, you see no sign of red.
Nerigwen is staff.
And I did not do anything to him.
Good. Just
so-
for the basis of simplicity, assume all small mammals are staff.
Yeah, it's probably best not to chase anything while we're here. We don't.
You
wanna
can
upset
chase
anyone.
large kenkus, not
Yes.
small. Okay, right.
You point a kenku at me, in front of me, and I will chase it for you.
Perfect.
And maybe anything else that annoys me.
Not so perfect, but okay.
So, having left Northwind and Red at the Dragonfly rides, you now have choices. You know that soon will be the extravaganza that happens at the midpoint of the night at the Witchlight Carnival, which is in the big top. But in front of you have the carousel, which is there in the middle of that circle, and then you have the feasting orchard, which is nearby. You have a wagon that's further down that you can see with a sign that says "Lost Property," and there are other small tents and small stalls around. So, what would you like to explore? I mean, if you have a look at your map, you can see further away you've got the Silver Song Lake and gondola swans. Down at the bottom, you have the Mystery Mine, all of which you have yet to see.
Sorry, how long did you say we have until?
You probably have time to see one more attraction before the big top begins the extravaganza.
What would my friends like to see? Where would you like to go?
Well,
We have swans, we have carousels, we have all sorts.
I chose the teapot, so I feel like it's somebody else's turn.
Well, I mean, feast and orchard sounds pretty good to me.
You just had toffee apples and ice cream.
He's a growing boy.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm large. I need sustenance. Do my best thinking when I've got a full belly.
Actually,
That's
Mona,
not true. You go to sleep when you've got a full belly.
That don't mean I'm not thinking. I just need to rest my eyes a little bit.
and you can't prove otherwise.
Like, really asleep as well. Like, sit on his chest and play with his nose. Won't wake up asleep.
Oh.
Mona, I was going to say, one of the things I would say you would know as a Witchlight hand is that you have heard people often talk about the fact that the carousel unicorns know things. It's one of those things that people just talk about the carousel unicorns knowing things.
I just like that really vague, wonderful statement of the carousel unicorns know things. That's my new band.
And you know Diana, who runs the carousel. You don't know her well because she keeps to herself a lot, but you know that she runs the carousel, and it's just one of those things where people always gossip, workplace gossip, and it's one of those things people have mentioned that the carousel unicorns know things.
And the carousel's kind of right in front of us, isn't it?
It is. That's why I mention it because it's right in front of you.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, well, I'm gonna say to Asta then, Asta, we shall get some tasty food, but first, may I recommend we swing past the carousel very briefly because I believe we may find something useful there, just in case.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, let's do it.
Wonderful. Okay, so I think if everyone's cool with that, we'll swing by the carousel.
This should be fun.
Sure. So the carousel is right in front of you, and as you head through the sort of fence that surrounds it, and you head towards the carousel, you see there is a procession of wooden unicorns that stands motionless on a circular wooden platform. There are fairgoers clambering onto the unicorns' backs, and there is an attendant there. The attendant is a female, and you notice that she has a human upper torso and the lower half of a horse. As the music starts and the wooden manes on the unicorns start moving up and down, you see that they also start to blow in the wind as they start moving up and down. And as the carousel spins, the unicorns almost look more alive than just being made out of wood, much to the delight of the riders. And the visitors smile and they wave as they go round and round. But for Asta and Aragorn, compared to the kind of spectacle of some of the other things you've seen, it almost seems a little mundane. It's very nice, but it doesn't seem to be as spectacular. It feels like a carousel. You notice that the ride could do with a little TLC. It doesn't look like the upkeep is brilliant at the moment. And it looks very pretty, and the kids on the unicorns are cheering and loving it, but it just feels a little different to the rest of the stuff that the rest of the attractions.
We have just seen stained glass giant dragonflies, so yeah, I think
true.
the bar has been raised a bit.
Yeah, it's pretty high.
So, Mona, you know that the person who runs it is Diana. Her name is Diana Cloppington.
Of course it is.
Well, at the Witchlight Carnival, many people have chosen their names. Some have been given their names. Some of them will never tell you their names.
Diana Cloppington, that's so powerful, though. Is she the attendant that we see?
She is indeed.
Okay. I also feel that Mona is a little bit creeped out by the unicorns, and she always has been.
I think that's fair.
Okay. In that case, I think I'm just going to wave over to Diana and try and get her attention. Diana!
She waves very politely. She seems very shy. Mona, like I say, you know that she can be very shy, but she waves over politely. She seems friendly, if a little shy, and she comes over to see you. And she says, "Hello, Mona. It's lovely to see you visiting instead of walking around working all the time. Are you taking a break?"
Well, I'm probably supposed to be working, so let's just not mention that I'm not doing that right now. But these are my new friends. We have Nergwin and Aster. Aster, Nergwin, this is Diana.
Hi.
Hello. It's very nice to meet you. Welcome. Is it your first time at the carnival?
Oh yeah, it's amazing. I'm having the best time.
I'm very glad. As you are standing there with her, one of the children gets off the ride and walks past her, and with the misplaced confidence that only a precocious child can get away with, the child looks straight at Diana and says, "You're a centaur." And she smiles at her, just very proud of the fact that she knows what Diana is. It's a human child. And Diana very politely sort of bends down, brushes the cheek of the child, and says, "Oh, but I'm not, you see. I'm just a human who made a bad deal." And the child looks a little confused, and then just laughs and runs away. And Diana comes back to you and says, "So how can I help you? It's you can have a ride if you'd like, but it's could do with a little upkeep at the moment. But how can I help?"
Well, we are on the hunt for a couple of different things about here. And as I'm sure you're aware, a lot of people say that for information, coming here can be a good idea. I don't know how true that is. How true is that?
The unicorns know things.
Yes, I've heard that. I've heard that one. Okay. What is the? How do we address them? I've not spoken to them before because, to be completely honest, I don't like making eye contact with them. But how do we instigate a conversation with the unicorns?
What do you want information about?
My friends are the best to explain that.
Well, we're looking for a couple of things, I suppose. We heard rumor that there's a Fae crossing somewhere in the carnival. You wouldn't happen to know anything about that, would you?
Why would you want to go to the Feywild?
Oh, we were on a mission. You see, we were looking for someone, and we got to go to the Feywild to see if they're okay.
Can I ask who you were listening to? Who you're looking for, rather? Sorry.
They go by the name of Zybilna.
Diana visibly stops in her tracks, but doesn't say a word.
Are you okay, Diana? Are you all right?
And she starts speaking as if she wants to tell you something. And as she does that, purple mushrooms sprout around her mouth.
Oh, well, that's...
And she winces in pain.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Diana!
And then she just kind of steps back and breathes, and you see them just disappear again.
Oh, no. That was bad. Are you okay?
I'm fine. You should speak to the unicorns.
Yes.
The only way to speak to them is to gain their trust.
Can we help anything with the upkeep? You said that there was a problem with that.
That would be a good way to gain their trust. I'll be right back. And she goes to the little stall that's alongside and reaches inside and comes back with a pot of gold paint and a brush.
Aww.
And she says they could do with a little help. The carousel unicorns ride in pairs, and each of them has a name tag hanging around them. They will not speak to you until all the name tags are complete, and they can ride in the pairs as they were intended to. And you will have to figure out the rest for yourself. When this ride finishes, I can stop the carousel for maintenance for a while, and then it will just be you. And I can do that for you.
Thank you. And I feel like you should take a beat. Like, take a minute. Whatever just happened there, you need to just rest for a little while. I'm sure no one will mind you taking a break, okay? Go get 10 hot chocolates and sit down for a minute.
Okay. She just nods quietly, and as the carnival, the carousel rather, comes to a slow stop, and the people that are on it get off the carnival horses. She just stands to the front of the queue and says, "I'm so sorry, everyone. We're going to be closed for a few minutes for maintenance, but we'll be right back with the unicorns as shiny as ever. Thank you." And she puts a red rope across where people queue. And you now have the carousel to yourselves to have a look at.
Okay.
So, as you join the carousel, let me just get my notes for you.
I mean, this seems like a good way to do things and help out around here as well. But I am going to have to leave the finer details to those of you with opposable thumbs.
That is fair.
That is fair, I have to say.
I will supervise.
So,
I'm sure
Yeah,
you're
you're
very
pretty
good
good at telling people what to do.
It's because you all listen.
I mean, if they listen. Right. 1 second, guys.
You're a talking cat. What else would we do?
I can't find
That's
the
all good.
things I want.
Whilst you're finding, we're gonna.
Yeah.
I feel like Mona's gonna climb aboard the carousel and just give it a once over, and just have a look at these terribly creepy unicorns that she doesn't quite trust. Do either of you get a weird vibe from these?
What kind of a vibe?
I mean, they're horses,
I
but
don't
someone
know.
stuck a spear in their head. It's not exactly the most unusual.
No, they're unicorns.
Oh,
Is that what you think unicorns are?
but
They're like magical horses.
yes, and I'm a
Yeah,
magical
they're
cat.
not wounded. Oh no, Nedegwin. These are not spears. Oh dear. I don't know. Every time, I don't know. Their eyes are cold and dead. I don't trust them.
Oh, that's
just-
not fair. This one's he said,
While you are talking that, I wanted to show you what Diana Cloppington looks like.
Yes.
Oh,
Oh, she's pretty.
I thought she was kind of pretty.
Oh, she's so pretty.
Right.
Oh.
speaking as someone who was made other by magic and deals and things like that, is there anything we can do to help her, make her feel a bit more comfortable? She seems very nice.
Yeah, she's lovely. She does. She keeps to herself a lot. She's quite quiet. I think it is. Yeah, she had a rough time. Making this bad deal, as she says.
And Mona, you
this-
wouldn't really know what the story is. You just know that it's
Nope.
something that she said before.
Yeah. I'm just assuming that it was a bit.
it was
rough.
weird though.
But this is the first time the mushroom
But
situation.
it seemed like when I mentioned to Bilna that she knew who that was, but couldn't tell us.
Maybe
So as
it's
you
the girl
guys-
that she made the deal with.
Maybe.
As you guys are looking around the carousel, you can see that the unicorns on the carousel are indeed set up in pairs. There are 4 pairs of unicorns around. And the first pair that you approach, they are obviously all of them are in this pose of running almost. But on this pair, you can see that there are 2 of them running. The one is running ahead and looks very kind of confident and is leading the other one. And the one that is slightly behind is looking at that one with complete kind of admiration. There is like almost as if they're in love. The one that is at the front has a name tag that appears to have the gold lettering scratched off. The one that is behind, that is looking at that one with love, has a name tag on it that is fully readable. And so I am going to show you the carousel unicorn, the first pair. This is what the 2 names look like.
A puzzle is afoot.
Can you all see that?
I can.
Yep. Everyone at home see it?
Hopefully. So the one that is complete it says fortune, and the other has one that just has a B, and the rest of the name has been scratched off.
Okay. And this is is this the first pair that we can see?
Correct. Yeah.
Bob. I mean, don't go
Bob.
with the first guess, but I like Bob.
Fortune and Bob.
I mean, that sounds
It
like a
doesn't
good
seem
naming
like a match
convention.
for me.
It does seem like a nice naming convention.
It's not particularly magical and fantastical, but I am not one to
it's
judge.
no Neragwin of the
What
fine
if it's-
name. No, but
What? I'm having a brainwave, everyone.
Uh-oh.
What if it's bold? Like fortune favors the bold.
Oh,
I quite.
you
like
are
that.
good. You are good, because this one's looking at that one being all like, oh, I got a present.
Right.
And that, oh, you are good.
Well,
Yes,
Don't just
we'll
stand there.
opt for that. You paint away, Aster.
You think I should? You think that's right?
I think it's
I
worth
guess.
a shot. Or you could. I mean, they're supposed to say know things. I wonder if they know their own names.
Well, they said they wouldn't talk to us until we painted them.
Are you called bold?
Sorry, I'm just laughing at Lydia's comment. I went to make noodles and I've come back to D&D Wordle. That is so much closer to the truth than you know.
Yep.
So you are writing in bold, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Also, just in real life, Theo, damn, that was clever.
I didn't. I know.
Well done.
Well done.
So that is the first unicorn pair, and you've written in bold. So you have to get them all before they will talk to you. So,
Okay.
on the second unicorn.
For those watching
my
later,
God.
Alicia is just putting grey boxes, yellow boxes, and green boxes.
I wish I'd thought to do that. I really do.
That is clever.
The second pair of unicorns. Again, one of them is leading. One of them is front of the other, and the one who's in front of the other is standing with its head held high, looking straight up, and looks like a show pony almost. The one behind almost looks like it's kind of staggering, and they again have both got a name tag on. But the first one just has one letter, and the other has all of the letters. And I will make this viewable for you all. And on these, the one at the front that looks like a show pony has the letter P, and the other has a full name of Fall.
Oh, I know this one. My furball used to say this to me when I was a kitten before I fell out of a tree, a lot.
Panic?
What is it?
Pride comes before a fall because I refused his help
Oh.
every single time. Actually, to be fair,
Yeah, that
that
does
makes
sound like you,
sense.
to be
it
fair.
was just so I could make some pathetic mewing, and he would give me milk.
Gosh, you make cats sound so mercenary.
I
so
felt
Okay.
pride.
So you're saying that one
Right.
is Pride, yes?
Did you want me to?
Oh, please, Mona, you would do me an honour.
Excellent. Mona's handwriting is terrible, but you can just about tell what it says.
I think Neragwin very gently just uses the pads of his paw on the edge of the pot of paint and just puts a little paw print. Just to let them know that was the one that he sold.
That's so cute.
Fair enough. So the third pair of unicorns that you come across again have two name tags, one of which is complete. And the second one looks like the side of it's actually been burnt a little, and so you can just see one of the letters in the middle of it. And the two name tags that you see are these. The full name tag says Stitch, and the other just has an N in the middle of a word.
What do the unicorns look like?
The unicorn that has the name tag on that says Stitch looks like they're actually helping the other one. It looks like they're actually supporting the other one and lifting them up.
Oh.
I mean, I know it. Does anybody else want to have a tilt at it?
I'm great at Wordle. I'm bad at this.
It's 9.
9?
A stitch in time
Why is it
saves
9?
9.
Oh, okay. All those years of being a kid and watching Catchphrase, I should be getting these.
Just say what you see.
Just say what you see.
Say what you see.
Oh, it's good. It's not right.
But it's not.
And those creepy little pre-minions, whatever the hell they were.
Pre-minions, amazing.
What was his name? It was Mr. Something.
It had some. Anyway, yes.
Anyway, digressing.
Someone in the chat.
Most of the
tell us,
audience
this is very
probably
important.
are not old enough to remember catchphrase.
Probably.
Mr. Chips! Thank you, Alicia!
Mr. Chip.
Oh, thank you, Josh.
Oh, there we go.
That was going to bug me at the back of my
Anyway,
brain.
the fourth pair of unicorns both just look like they are they're running really, really fast. They both look like they're in full gallop, and the two of them are alongside each other. And one of them has a name tag that looks like it's kind of been left lying somewhere in the back of a cupboard somewhere or a tent or something, and the other is still complete with the gold lettering. And what you see are these two name tags. The first name tag is Stone, and the second just has the letter M at the beginning and S at the end.
I mean, it's even.
Well, it looks like moss.
Yeah.
It literally looks like moss.
A rolling stone gathers no moss.
So that one you're putting moss, yeah? Cool.
Scrape off the little bit of moss very carefully, and then write it.
Cool. So, as you do this, you see
moss in his pocket for later.
Good shout. Moss is my favourite plant. I love it.
very, very Asta thing to do, to be honest. So as you do this, Diana is standing sort of just a little way away and watching you do this, and she's not saying anything to you. But as she sees you complete the fourth one, she walks over to the controls for the carousel, and she gestures for you guys to get on.
Oh no. Okay.
Are you going to be okay, Mona?
Yes, is fine. I get on one of them, and I just sort of whisper to it like, "Don't look at me." You can talk, but I don't want to look. Okay.
The seemingly wooden unicorn does not look at you.
Good. I don't trust him.
But you're pretty sure the one next to you turns its head.
No. Is this a Mona thing, or is Charlie projecting?
Maybe a little bit of both. Carousels are creepy as hell.
A little bit column A, a little bit column B.
I'm gonna also say to Diana once she's done that, I just yell over like, "Go get the hot chocolate! Stop working!"
Fair enough. She smiles and just kind of nods at you. And Asta, are you getting on as well?
Yeah.
Does it matter which
Nerrigan?
one we get on? Nerrigan's going to climb on to Pride.
Cool.
Wrap his tail around the wooden pole in the middle.
Like a monkey.
Cool. Nerrigan, as you settle in, it almost feels like the saddle kind of flattens a little to provide you with a space so that you're comfortable. And it doesn't, you can't really see the difference, but it does feel like it's more comfortable making biscuits.
Makes biscuits, settles down.
Cool.
Okay, falls asleep.
Yeah. Misses the whole ride.
Yep. You wake up and we're level 19 and we've done it all.
And Nerrigan doesn't care. Cool. So you sit and Diana kind of checks that you guys are ready, and she pulls a lever, and the carousel starts moving. And the thing is, as the carousel starts moving, you guys expect to kind of feel like motion and blown away and things. But actually, you feel perfectly even and perfectly sort of safe, and things are blurring and starting to move around you like a carousel would, but you don't have the terrible feeling of motion. It almost feels like the rest of the world is moving and you're staying still, even though the unicorns are going up and down. And as the speed gathers a little, the unicorns start to move almost like real horses. The manes start to fleck in the wind like hair, and the tails, and you can actually hear the sound of hooves. And as this happens, the music is playing, the carousel music. It starts getting faster and faster and faster, and to the point where you think this is not as, like, the carousel should not go this fast. And yet you still feel fine and you feel safe. And the colors start to blur, and it gets faster and faster and faster. And suddenly you realize that around you is not just blur, but it's almost darkness just with flashes of light. Like you're caught somewhere in the middle of the Northern Lights. And it just feels like motion around you. And you try and see each other, but even your companions are a bit of a blur. And it definitely feels like you have been almost transported somewhere else. And as this is happening, you each individually hear a voice in your head. And it sounds like it could be more than one voice, but it's not in a creepy way. It just feels like it's something magical and different. And Nerigwin, you hear in your head the words from one of the unicorn, which says, "Be careful in the Feywild. There are rules in the chaos, rules that should not be broken, rules that have consequence. 3 rules must be obeyed. 3 rules for the Fey and those who visit. The first rule is the rule of hospitality. When a friend, an enemy, or a stranger enters your home, you are expected to be gracious and accommodating to them, until such time as they prove by their words or actions undeserving of your hospitality. The second is the rule of ownership. You must not steal from a friend, an enemy, or a stranger. To take something that doesn't belong to you without the owner's permission is a crime and an unforgivable breach of etiquette. And the last is the rule of reciprocity. When a friend, an enemy, or a stranger offers you a gift, you are obliged to accept it and offer something of comparable value, be it gift or service, in return. Such reciprocation need not happen immediately, but it must be given. Mona, in your head, you hear the voices of the unicorns. And one of them says, "Dear Mona,
Oh, Jesus.
we know what was lost. We know what was taken from you. We know the difficulties that you have with speaking to strangers. Your gift was taken. Your voice was stolen by Scabatha Nightshade. Granny Scabatha and her minions lay in her lair in a giant dead oak, where she can keep an eye on her workshops. She is a wicked, wicked woman, and she steals from those who visit us here. But there is something we can share with you. Scabatha Nightshade forgets the first person she sees when she awakens each day. If you be the first that she lays eyes on, she will not see you till the next dawn. Asta, you hear the voice of the unicorns, and the unicorns speak to you, and initially all you hear is the cracking of ice, and you feel like a chill wind. And then you hear a voice that says, "She is frozen in time. 3 have seized control of her domain and split it amongst them. Together the hourglass rules. Bavlorna, Scabatha, and Endelin have created their realms in hither, thither, and yon. But their mistrust of each other could be their downfall. Ever vigilant, they suspect themselves of plotting against each other, always. Use this knowledge." And after the voices have subsided, you feel the spinning start to slow. And almost instantly, you look at the unicorns, and they seem to just be very pretty carousel unicorns again. The ride goes on for a few seconds longer. The music and the noise of the carnival starts to build again and starts to kind of come into your hearing. And within a few minutes, you are on a carousel. The blurring and the lights around you are starting to slow as the carousel slows, and you see Diana waiting as the carousel slowly comes to a halt. Diana walks over and says, "I hope they can help you. I know that they give what they can to those who need it, and I hope that it can help you."
Thank you, Diana. That was not what I expected.
It was creepy. No, never mind.
I mean,
I'm definitely not less scared of them now.
Oh, that's not fair. They did their best. They did fantastic work, actually. Diana, your
Yes?
situation, I know you can't talk about it, so please don't try. Just nod or shake. Can we help with it?
I don't know. I don't know. What I can tell you is that I asked for something, and I did not understand how these things work. I asked to be reunited with my missing horse, and now I am.
Oh, Diana.
There is trickery in words, but you cannot do anything about it here. And more than that, I cannot tell you.
I think Nerrigan will bound down and then just jump gently onto her back and just rub against her like an affectionate way, and then kind of jump off the other side. And well, let's not bother the lady any longer than we have to. She has given us much more than we ever expected, and we should be very grateful.
Yes, thank you. Thank
She
you so
smiles,
much.
sort of, very kindly, and obviously a little bit taken with how sort of gentle and kind Nerrigan is. But you can see there's just constant sadness behind her eyes. But she turns and lifts her head, and she walks and lifts the red rope and starts encouraging people onto the carnival with smiles and cheers again.
My imagination was the carousel just looking a little bit more glorious.
It definitely has. There is definitely more color to it, and it feels like the gold is shining brighter. It feels like the colors are brighter, and it feels like the atmosphere has almost lifted. And that kind of thunder that you were hearing before, the darkness in the air, definitely seems to have changed. And in fact, as you look up, you start to see that as the clouds have cleared, there are beautiful, beautiful stars really shining brightly from the sky, and beams of moonbeam that seem almost unnatural in their brightness. And it feels just somehow lighter as you get off the carnival.
Oh,
Where,
nice.
what would you like to do?
I did promise Asta we'd get a snack.
How long?
How long have we got? Yeah, how long have we got till the thing?
You can see people are starting to head that way. It will probably start in... probably you have time to get a snack if you would like to, but you can hear that the excitement is building and people are heading towards the big top.
Okay, quick drive-by the snack bit. And
Well,
then...
I don't want to miss anything. I mean, what are we
Oh,
gonna?
it will be fine. Do not worry. We can.
We'll get
we can jump.
I don't want to
We
be
can
at the back
jump
and
the
we can't see
queues
anything.
because
I mean,
you're
I'm
with-
quite big. I can see over most people, but I'm just worried about Nerwin. He's small, you know.
Nerwin can just sit on top of your head or something.
Yeah, that's
It's
true.
fine.
Well, I mean,
Let's go get quick snack.
Then we'll go wherever he
we'll head
pleases.
Yes, I am
Oh, has it
sorry.
been an
Of course
hour?
you will.
I've got to water my flower crown. Everyone, don't.
It has definitely been an hour.
Can I find
I
another?
completely forgot about that until now as well. Both.
Me too.
There is
It was in the back of my brain, but
There is a stall nearby which has flowers and are selling flowers, and there is a little human lady there who is watering the flowers outside with a watering can.
Asta's gonna like sort of rush over and bend down and like next to the flowers, like as she's going along, just like sort of put himself there.
Just see this little Firbolg headlet.
She doesn't notice you at first because she's looking this way, and as she turns to see you, she literally goes,
Hello. I just wondering if you would mind sort of giving me a little spot of water there. He sort of leans towards her.
She kind of looks around to see just what's going on, and she sees Mona and just kind of stares at Mona with an expression that very clearly says, "Oh God, help me."
No, it's fine. It was one of the trials to get in. He has to keep that water to get the ticket.
Oh, it's one of
him a quick
Nicholas's
flash.
ideas, is it?
Yes.
Well, how can I help you,
Just
dear?
give me a bit of water there on the
Just on your...
Yep, go
Right
ahead.
on the dumpies.
Okay, and she starts watering your water crown for you, with the water running down your face as she waters.
I just smile. Thank you so much. It's very kind of you.
You're more than welcome. Have a lovely day.
Thanks, you too.
And
Nice
she
to meet you.
very quickly edges off into the rest of the flowers.
Asta is so pure.
I know, it's hilarious.
And she
so-
just wander past her. She goes, "Be very careful. I've heard tell there's a talking cat around here somewhere."
Did I hear you do that?
I don't know. Did you?
Oh, I don't know.
I think she literally has that, where people have that second of like, what? And then realizes what you're doing and just smiles at you with the eyes of a woman that says, "Don't mess with me, cat." And then goes about her way.
He'll wander through, just kind of dragging his
She's
tail.
got a side quest.
So are you going to try and get a snack at the feasting orchard first?
Yeah.
Yeah, if you've
It's
got
carb
to
load.
do it.
Cool. So you head towards the feasting orchard, and as you get sort of closer, you can hear the noises coming from there, and music and mirth kind of radiate from the park. There's the sense of flowers and herbs, and there's mead being served, and there's the smells of pies and of baked goods. And as you get closer, you can see that the trees surrounding it are fruit trees, and there are stilt walkers picking fruit from the trees and putting them into just impossibly large baskets, and handing the fruit out to people as they enter. There are musicians and bards playing drums and pipes and strumming on instruments that you don't even know the name of. And everywhere there's just singing and dancing in the corner and an inordinate amount of pastries and sauces and a huge vat of custard right in the center of a table that is surrounded by cupcakes.
Oh my god, I'm gonna have to try really hard to separate Charlie from Moreira. Because Charlie would be in that custard. So what do we fancy?
I mean, everything looks great. Everything.
Everything.
Great.
Okay. I guess grab whatever you want and just say it's on me. It's fine.
So we can just help ourselves to whatever we want.
Yeah.
Well, Asta's gonna start, like, he's got his arm like this to make like a little, and then he's just gonna start putting cakes like this.
One of the stilt walkers reaches down and hands you some fruit, and so just places it into the crook of your arm along with the other stuff. But as you try and get closer to grab one of the cupcakes on the table with the huge vat of custard, there's a little halfling lady who is the perfect example of a halfling old granny. She's got her hair pulled back in a little bun. She's got a beautiful, perfect little apron on. And as you reach for one of the cupcakes, she just smacks your hand and goes, "Not to those. Those are for later. Those are for the contest."
What contest? Is it cake eating? I'm great at eating.
The fairy cake eating contest. We'll be
He
running
is
that
very good at eating.
straight after the extravaganza. But until then, don't touch. They're needed.
All right, fine. Well, I'll be back for you. He gestures at the cakes.
Watching you cakes.
So there's just fruit. I mean, that's fine.
Oh no, there's plenty of other pastries and stuff. But the cupcakes on the table with the
cupcakes,
vat
no.
of custard is carefully guarded by the little
pastries
halfling.
instead, then.
Making a gentle purring sound, Nerigun will just rub around the halfling's legs.
She did not expect that, so there is a slight squeal as something furry brushes on against her legs, and she kind of looks down and just says, "Oh, aren't you adorable?" And then carries along her way.
So trot up in front of her and do it again.
See how many times you can get complimented.
She says,
It's the compliments or something to eat. It's going to be one of the two.
Yes, dear. Go along. Go on now. Go on. Shoo. I've got things to do." And then carries on preparing the cupcake table.
Jump onto the table with her and just kind of nudge.
As soon as you jump on the table, she moves with a swiftness that you did not think was possible for her age. She literally sweeps you up in her arms and puts you down and just goes, "No." And then carries on doing her bits.
I mean, now I'm obliged to do it again.
You're
Okay.
a cat.
Roll a dexterity check for me.
I can do that. 14.
You jump up onto the table again, and before you land on the table, she catches you in mid-air and just turns you around and puts you down. and then just stands between you and the table, looking at you.
I think there's a nod of acknowledgement of a worthy foe. And a wonderful
So as she
trio.
sees you start walking away, she kind of carries on with her things. She rolled a natural 20 against your dexterity. So
As I get close to the others,
Friggin' ninja grandma.
she is fierce in the true sense of the word.
She sounds amazing.
So as you
Mona's filled up her mug that she keeps around her belt all the time with a big strong tea, and she's got like a fistful of pastries.
Nice tea and pastries in a mug. So as you guys are gathering, you can hear that there is more kind of murmuring and more noise starting from the big top, and the music within the big top is starting to play. You can hear there a proper, like, typical circus big band that's starting to play, and people are starting to stream into the big top. And
I've got a face full of pastry, and I'm like, let's go, we're gonna start in a minute.
What?
Let's go. We should go. They're going to start in a minute.
Oh, right, yes.
so you walk through the rest of the carnival as you head towards the big top, and you can see that people are all heading that way. The excitement is definitely building, and people are grabbing candy floss and all sorts of things that they've never seen before, even taking them with them into the big top extravaganza. And it almost feels like the night has got darker, so that the lights around the big top have got brighter. It feels like the carnival is literally showing the way for people to herd into the big top for the extravaganza. And as you go in, you can see that there are rows and rows of seats, raked seats, that surround the big top with a central area where the performance is going to be. And then that towards the back, you can see the curtains where performers come through. And behind that, you can see is what's obviously the performers area. Where are you going to sit?
Where's a good spot? Do we want to be at the front? Do we want to be, like, is there a splash zone sort of situation?
What does Mona know about where's best to sit?
I mean, I think Mona would know that with these things, there is always, some kind of inviting people to join if they want to. But things happen all around the big top, so it's not like you're going to miss something. So it's up
wherever you want to go.
All right, well, let's sit somewhere near the front so Neragwin can see.
I agree.
Yeah, that's the point.
Yes,
Cool.
so Neragwin can see.
Yeah, obviously for Neragwin's benefit, obviously. Cool. So you guys settle in, and everybody else is kind of streaming in, and the crowd is kind of filling up, or the crowd is filling the seats, and eventually it gets to a point where there are people coming in and even standing at the back behind the seats so that they can watch. And there is a real sense of excitement. And suddenly the lights just start to dim. And as this happens, you realize that actually you don't even know where the lights are coming from. It's almost like the beams of light are just magically there. There are no hanging lights. And as the lights dim, you can also see that the ceiling of the big top starts to twinkle as if it's not there, and you're looking straight onto the sky at night. And then just as that goes down, there's a hush that falls over the audience as everybody waits for the first performance to start. And that's where we will take our break.
Oh!
Thank you for those of us who are joining us. I'm sorry that I distracted everybody with mentions of custard, but thank you for joining our D&D Wordle game this evening.
I'm glad I've gotten all that practice recently.
I know.
Yeah,
And we are going to take just a 10-minute break to refresh ourselves and get something to drink, etc. Please come back and join us for the second half. In the meantime, go and have a good old stretch and shake it out, and take a break, take a breath, and we will see you in 10 minutes. Thank you very much.
Bye.
welcome back, everybody. Thank you for joining us. And we are going to pick up our story at the beginning of the Big Top Extravaganza at the Witchlight Carnival.
We've all got our cups of tea, so we're just going to sit here and be entertained, Wayne.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Quite.
Do as you will, Dungeon Master.
So the lights had just gone down, and the spotlights that seem to be magically created start to focus on the entrance to the Big Top, the curtains that lead to the back of the Big Top. And striding through, you see Mr. Light come striding through. Now, obviously, Mona, you know who Mr. Light is, but the other two haven't really seen him yet. So, Mr. Light is...
Can I, lean over and whisper to them that it's Mr. Light?
Of course, yeah. So Mr. Light comes through, and he has almost a kind of stylized harlequin outfit on. He's tall and lithe, very, very tall, sharp features, has a very sort of flamboyant way about him even when he walks out. And as he speaks, it sounds as if he is amplified all around the tent, even though he seems to just be speaking directly just in person. And he says, "Good evening, one and all. Welcome, creatures of all kinds, and welcome to the Witchlight Carnival. Welcome to the Big Top Extravaganza." And as he says extravaganza, there are bursts of confetti and bursts of tiny fireworks all around him, magically created and just beautiful to behold. And his costume seems to kind of shine. It almost looks like the harlequin pattern is made up of tiny little mirrors all over this costume. And in his hand, he has what looks like a kind of scepter. He has a half kind of scepter size staff, and at the top of it is what looks like, in gold, a dragonfly encrusted with jewels. And as he talks and he gestures to you, the dragonfly at the top starts to spin, almost like a weather vane. Not fast, just slow and glinting as he speaks. And he keeps that with him the whole time. And he welcomes everyone to the Big Top Extravaganza. He welcomes it to the Witchlight Carnival. And he thanks everyone for bringing joy, for bringing laughter, for bringing happiness to the Witchlight Carnival. And then he stands back and says, "But before we continue, I must bring you strength. I must bring you power. I must bring you the incredible Burly the Bugbear." And he steps back, and out steps Burly the Bugbear. Burly the Bugbear is a huge, hairy bugbear. He has what look like dungarees on and boots on, and over his head he has, almost like a helmet, he has a carved pumpkin. And he steps out onto the stage, and the lights strike him immediately. And as he walks to the center, there are sort of different levels and different heights of sort of what look like blocks of wood and blocks of metal. And he steps forward, and he picks the first one up, and he juggles it. And he throws it around and does some tricks with it. People scream and shout, especially the kids. And then he takes it and he tosses it to one of the other assistants nearby, who are dressed up as clowns, who grabs it and instantly sinks into the floor with it, as if it's a massive weight. And everybody screams and kill themselves laughing. And Burly starts performing all sorts of feats of strength. And the first thing he does after that is he grabs a huge metal pole that has two platforms at either end, and he steps forward and says, "Volunteers?" And two kids in the front immediately put their hands up, and he puts the bar down. The kids come along and sit on it, and he lifts the bar with them on either side of the bar.
Asta, you should volunteer. That would be a challenge. You're as big as he is.
So having had his first two, he then asks for additional volunteers, and 2 more people come forward, and he asks them to go to either side and to hang on and sit on the platform, and he lifts. And he lifts another 2 people, and now there are 4 people on this bar that he is lifting. And he does this 2 more times until he has this huge bar with platforms on either end. And he strains and lifts it and manages to push it up, and the people on either end are sort of giggling and screaming, and the crowd goes mad. And he asks if there are any challenges for his strength from the audience. Anybody want to volunteer?
Asta puts his hand up.
The crowd immediately applauds as the spotlight hits Asta. And Burley kind of bows, does a very uncomfortable bow, and kind of gestures for you to come forward. And as you do that, 2 of the helpers bring out a large tub of water, which is in the middle. And they then bring out a huge rope that stretches almost from one end of the big tub to the other. And he gestures for you to grab one side of the rope.
Yep.
And he picks up the other side. And then one of the clowns steps forward and ties a multicolored sparkly handkerchief in the middle of the rope. And you have been invited to a tug of war with Burley the bugbear.
Okay.
Come on, Asta. Come on, Asta.
So we will be rolling contested athletics strength throws.
Okay.
So for the first round, roll your d20 for athletics.
Oh, yes.
What did you get?
It's a 21.
A 21. Okay, yeah, he didn't do quite as well as he hoped that time. So he kind of is pulled forward by your strength, clearly completely not expecting you to be as strong as you are. And the audience kind of all goes, ooh, and there's kind of mumblings around as people are surprised at the fact that he was taken off. And he kind of digs his heels in, and he nods to you to pull again, and we're going to roll again.
Go,
Can I cast guidance on myself?
Sure, there's nobody saying you can't.
Wait, 20. Unnatural 20.
Right. You pull, and much to everyone's surprise, including apparently to Burley's, he slides towards the tub of water as you pull him closer to the water. And we're going to roll another contested check. What did you roll?
12.
He rolled a 12. So he digs his heels in and stands exactly where he is as you try and pull him. But you can see he is really straining. He's like, wow, this is not what I expected the way to go. So we're going to roll one more to see how we go. Contested check.
I mean, if Asta doesn't win, at least he doesn't have to water his crown for the next hour.
That's another 20.
Oh my god. So he digs his heels in and he nods, and you give another pull, and with very, very little effort, he literally is pulled forward and splashes into the tub of water. And the audience screams with laughter. The clowns all fall about on the floor around him, killing themselves laughing. Mr. Light, who is standing at the back, applauds hugely. Bernie kind of comes up. His pumpkin helmet has now floated away in the tub of water. He stands up, looks surprised, and jumps out in front of you and puts his hand out immediately to shake yours.
Oh my god!
Asta shakes his hand.
As you shake his hand, he literally spins you around and lifts you on his shoulder, and carries you for a victory lap around the big top. And the audience is screaming and throwing confetti at you, and everybody's applauding. And
Mona's
there's
losing her mind.
people are loving. I think it's difficult to tell whether people are loving the fact that you beat Burley more, or whether they're just loving the fact that Burley seems to be having fun, having lost. And so there is much applause.
Nerogrim will lean down to whoever's sort of closest to him that's not Mona and kind of go, "That's my other Thurbolg, that is."
The person that you're speaking to literally looks left and right over your head and kind of frowns, sort of really unsure of where the voice came from.
Meow.
Right. Yeah, it just looks away. So Burley carries you around and then sort of puts you down and thanks you, gives you a bow, and waves as the crowd applauds, and he runs off the back of the stage as you return to your seats. The crowd sort of is waiting for the next big exciting thing, and suddenly there is a real sort of lull in the music, and it gets very, very quiet, and it feels like they are obviously intentionally building the atmosphere. And for a few moments, it's just really, really quiet. And then one single beam of light hits the entrance where the performers come through. And a giant clamshell encrusted with what looks like almost quartz crystals is wheeled out as the lights go down. And it moves to the center and it stands just twinkling, and the music starts gently behind it. And then behind that is wheeled in a huge, what looks like a huge fishbowl, but it's enormous, the size of a swimming pool, standing on sort of scrollwork, silver and gold legs, almost like you would imagine would be on a crystal ball or something like that. And that is rolled in behind it. And the clamshell opens slowly. And inside, you see a amazing, beautiful creature. Let me see if I can find the picture for you. You see a mermaid with blue pearlescent skin and tail, and beautiful glistening scales. And she has these fins and what looks like almost looks like silk scarves kind of drifting in the water around. And you realize that although she's standing in the clamshell and not actually in the water yet, it still looks like it is wafting around her. And the music builds and she steps out of the clamshell. She's impossibly elegant and beautiful. I'll show you the picture that they have provided for us.
Yeah.
That is what she looks like in her
Wow.
which I think is real pretty. And she walks towards the bowl, and with impossible ease and grace, she just swings herself around the glass bowl and into the water. And you obviously, expect that she's going to do some kind of performance in the water. But what you don't expect is that you hear through the music her voice, and she starts to sing as she moves. And as she starts to sing, she waves her hands, and it's almost like the water around her starts to take shape. And she starts to create little jellyfish and sparkling little manta rays that float around her. And she sings with this angelic voice that sounds like just ethereal. It sounds like something from another planet. And with her singing, the Witchlight hands who work as part of the the extravaganza start making their way through the front of the audience, handing out kites. And they look like just some kind of kite on a stick, and they hand it to you as they come around. And as soon as they hand it to you and the music starts, you lift them up, and each of them becomes a paper sea creature. And there are seahorses and rays and shoals of fish and squid and octopus and things that you can't actually name. And it is just the most beautiful ethereal thing you've ever seen. And they encourage you to do something with the kites. Like, what would you do to enhance the experience of this performance?
I think. I don't know. You guys go first. I can't decide.
So, what sea creature do you think you would have on your kite?
I think Mona would have a manatee.
Nice. I love that.
Yep.
What about Asta?
I think Asta has a manta ray. Good manta ray.
Nice. Narrowgrin?
Well, a catfish, of course.
Nice.
Touche. Touche.
I think Neriguin will quietly cast Thaumaturgy and just make all the lights dim and brighten around them. So it almost looks like shimmering through the water.
Nice.
Ooh, pretty.
And I think he looks very proud of himself whilst he does it.
Of course he does. Is anybody else? Would anybody else like to do anything?
I don't know. I can't imagine a manatee doing much else other than just chilling. So I feel like my manatee is just really gently bobbing along, not elegant at all. Just a manatee being a manatee.
I mean, they are called sea cows for a
They're
reason.
called sea cows, and they're all gentle and lovely, and I love them. So
That's fair enough. What about you, Esther?
I think Asta's just gonna make his bob up and down a lot and like spin around. And
like
he
when you
spins
put your
around in
hand
his
out of a
feet.
car window and go like.
I mean, I still like doing that. So
Yeah, fun.
cool. So you and the rest of the audience are trying with their kites to make these sort of beautiful things happen. And as she sings, this mermaid who was introduced as Palasha, you see that she obviously has control over this water and creates the most spectacular things. The water rises from the bowl as she sings and actually creates images above her as she sings in this incredible ethereal voice. And eventually that kind of subsides and she swirls around in the bowl a few times, and then just closes her arms across her chest and bows her head down. And there's a moment of dead silence where nobody moves or breathes. And then there is huge rapturous applause. And she waves gently as she is wheeled out. And you just check what's your perceptions. Yeah, so Aster and Narrowgrin, I think you both notice as she is wheeled out that at the side of the big top, out of the lights, you can see Candlefoot. And you see him standing in the dark, applauding and watching with the biggest smile and such pride as he watches her sing.
Oh, Candlefoot.
Actually, would you all roll me a perception check as well, please?
Sure.
Yes.
Asta?
22.
Nedwin?
21.
Mona.
4.
It's going to be a bit like that.
Mona is completely and utterly carried away with her manatee puppet and is now chasing the fish puppets of the kids who are next to her. So distracted is she with her puppet that she doesn't see anything at all.
God's sake, Mona, sort it out.
Neragrin, you out the corner of your eye are pretty sure that you just saw a frog somewhere. And as you kind of look a little closer, you realize that if it is a frog, it's pretty enormous, but it is something that looks like it's under the seating where people are, and it's got big bulging eyes on the top of its head and is in a kind of crouching position like a frog and looks a bit slimy. But you can't really see what it is from here. You just see that it's there. And it's one of those things where as soon as you look again, it's not there. Asta, you notice as you are daydreaming and looking up at the stars, as you are wont to do, you notice a shadow on the side of the tent itself. And basically it's you get caught unawares because you suddenly think, oh, wait, there's trapeze people going on. And then you kind of look and there are no trapeze, but it feels like you saw the shadow of a trapeze artist on the side of the tent itself.
Okay.
And then it's gone. That's it. It's just this kind of fleeting shadow. Mona, you are chasing fish with a manatee. That's it.
Fairly standard.
Did it look like a
Tuesday for Mona?
humanoid shape?
It did. It looked like a very tall, lithe humanoid shape.
Okay.
But that's kind of what you would expect from an acrobat, which is why it seemed so kind of obvious to you.
I think Nerrigan will kind of turn around and look beneath the stands, just kind of left and right, and kind of into the dark, peer into the darkness. Which
with that,
clearly, funnily enough.
Yeah, with that roll carrying on, as soon as you kind of, like I say, as soon as you break sight with whatever it was and look down, there is nothing under the stands apart from some wrappers and candy that's fallen down. But there's nobody underneath. Everyone is completely enthralled in watching what's happening in the center of the big top. So Palasha's bowl and her clamshell are wheeled out to incredible applause by people. And then the music kind of picks up again. And it's kind of that very typical kind of big top music. It's very happy. Pretty much. It's very cheerful and it's very kind of festive. And you see Candlefoot step forward with a huge smile on his face, surrounded by other clowns in bright costumes, which look sort of really odd, where he stands in a completely monotone costume of almost just whites and greys. But they start performing as clowns do for the people in the audience. And they do sleight of hand, running around with the children. There is the classics of handkerchiefs that are never ending as he pulls them out their pocket. There are kids being sprayed in the face with, Nerrigan is very, very, very carefully avoided as he tries to capture the napkins.
Get your little claws caught in a napkin, like, ah!
Oh no, because if that happens, he's running in the other direction with it.
God, no. But there is much laughter and excitement, and people are really delighted with this, especially after the kind of breathtaking but very sort of almost somber performance of Palasha. And Candlefoot comes around, and as soon as he sees Mona sitting in the audience, he kind of waves and steps over to her, and he reaches behind you to your ear and he pulls out a copper, and it's just a copper coin, and he looks surprised and shows it to everybody, and he puts it in the other ear, and then he reaches back to the same ear and he pulls out a gold coin.
Oh.
And he kind of looks around at everyone and looks a bit shocked. And then he puts it back in the other ear, reaches into that one and takes out 2 gold coins. And sort of looks very excited. And then he goes into his pocket and he takes out like 10 gold coins and puts them in his hand and then pours them into your ear and kind of looks really excited and then reaches into that ear and pulls out the copper. It just kind of looks really sad and dejected. And then he kind of looks at everyone, and everyone's looking a bit sad at him. And he goes and he doffs his cap at them and takes his hat off. And as he takes his hat off, it just pours gold coins all over his head. And they all scream and laugh. And he runs and waves at Mona as he runs past. Clearly delighted to be able to actually
big
play
claps,
with her for a
big
change.
claps to my friend.
Asta gives him a round of applause.
I think there's a paw on Mona's shoulder, and Neragwin is looking in her ear.
If you find any, we will split it.
I think there's a trick to it, but I'm not entirely certain why. That clown is...
If you work it out, you got to let me know.
Okay.
I love that. There are all manner of other small performances that happen throughout the rest of the next hour or so. There is a peacock that is enormous and struts out onto the stage with its tail feathers behind it. And as the tail lifts up, you can see that the feathers are completely bedecked with jewels of the most brilliant hues and luminance. And as the tail comes up, there are just flashes of light all around the big top, and patterns projected onto the ceiling, all from what seems like light reflecting through these. There is a group of kids that are screaming and laughing because they are watching the shooting stars on the ceiling of the tent, even though they're inside, and that's kind of very exciting for them. And there are... yeah, and Darabin, I forgot.
I feel like this is overstimulating for the poor cat.
It's like 1,000 laser pointers.
Yeah.
Very true. And eventually it feels like it's kind of coming towards the end of the big top performance. And as the show starts to come to a close, Mr. Witch steps out and says, Mr. Light steps out and says, I thank you all for bringing your joy, for taking part in this magnificent spectacular at the Witchlight Carnival. Remember, the night is young. There is much for you to explore and see, and we thank you for bringing and giving your joy to us. And as he says that, a dozen fairy dragons with beautiful iridescent streamers tied to their tails fly out and perform these incredible, dazzling acts of synchronized flying, like a troupe of acrobats. And the acrobats themselves climb to the top of the tent and start doing their kind of typical loop-de-loops. But in amongst this are these flying fairy dragons. Mr. Light brandishes his scepter high above his head, and he bows to everybody. He thanks everybody profusely. And as he does this, all the children in the front of the thing run forward and start giggling and dancing on the floor of the big top as the acrobats and the fairy dragons fly. He bows and he smiles and leaves everybody as he steps back. And the big top is filled with people of all types just playing and enjoying the magic that's kind of left on the big top floor. And people start making their way out of the big top itself. And the extravaganza is ended for another night.
That was
What did you
brilliant.
think, my friends?
That was great.
Yeah,
that was amazing.
So good. That was so good. I pictured every bit of it.
That was so cool, Wayne. Well done. That was amazing.
Good. I am glad you enjoyed it. I mean, it is called the extravaganza, you know.
Yeah, but it felt like an extravaganza.
Yes, magic.
And so people are leaving out. You can see through the back of the big top, you can see where the staff area is. Between the big top and the staff area is the kind of dressing room for the big top. which is looking like it's largely deserted now because the performers are heading away. And yeah, so you now have time to do whatever you would like to do and see some more of the carnival or whatever you would like.
I will check in with my friends, specifically Nerigwin, who looks like they've seen some shit.
They're kind of. I think
Are you okay?
He's
like a child on a sugar high. He's like,
He's kind of laying down, and his tail is like this.
Oh. He's like a little furry metronome.
Yeah, he's clearly overstimulated at this point, and clearly wants to chase and hunt something.
yeah.
Oh boy.
Good luck with that.
I think
Well,
Asta might have seen him like this before.
Yeah, he just needs a minute, I reckon, or some catnip. I don't think I've got any. He starts looking through his pockets. No.
Catnip will make him worse, trust me on this one. So you have basically the other half of the evening before the crowning of the Witchlight Monarch at the end of the night, and you have the carnival to explore. You have secrets you have learned, or at least information you've learned from the carousel, and loads of other places. So where would you like to go? Directly in front of you, there is a calliope which is playing, and you can sort of see that. That could be interesting to see. There is the Lost Property Wagon. There is the Mystery Mine down near where the Bubble Pop Teapot was. There is the Gondola Swans and Silver Song Lake. What would you like to do?
I mean, the mystery mine does sound like it's worth delving into.
I was going to suggest the same thing.
Well, we've definitely got a mystery to solve, so maybe.
Well, yes.
We have some clues.
And this place is oddly literal at times, so maybe we will find the answer to our mystery in the mystery mine.
Okay, let us head that way. First of all, though, Aster, well done. You
Thanks.
beat him. That was amazing. I've not
I
seen anyone do it so quickly.
Thanks. I was kind of hoping I'd get a prize or something. I mean, I guess winning the pride is
a word.
prize enough.
You've got the greatest
I will put in a word and see if
of-
we can get you.
You get the greatest prize of them all, Asta. My respect.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go.
Wait, didn't I have that before?
Come on, no dawdling.
Awkward. Okay.
So we'll remember that.
Fair enough. So you are heading to the Mystery Mine, is that correct?
I think so.
Yep.
Cool. You walk down, and as you walk through the carnival, there are just spectacular things to see all around you. As you pass some of the tents that that aren't big attractions, but are just those kind of tents, there are small tents that have sort of games where you have to literally like ring toss games and that kind of thing. There is, at one point, there's a goblin wearing a paint pot hat that's painting murals on the tents, and as he does so, they come alive, as you've kind of come to expect almost now. At one point, as you walk past some people, there's a man standing next to you, and suddenly, with a puff of glitter, his head turns into the head of a donkey, which he looks mortified by, but the kids standing behind him think are hilarious as they run away with whatever magical prank they have done. So there is much magic happening in here. One of the things that you do see that fascinates you is there is a clearing as you pass one of the tents, and there appears to be a kind of fire, a small bonfire in there, and there are sort of wooden stools around the fire. And as you get closer, you see that there are 5 gnolls, and they appear to have what appears to be kind of tribal costumes on. They're made of reeds and grass and natural materials. They have animal skins and horns and teeth embellished around them. And they have intricate patterns of beadwork and shells that are tied onto them and woven into them. And they are playing drums. And as they play the drums, you see that they start dancing around the fire. And slowly a few people kind of wander around and sit on the stools around the fire. And as soon as there is an audience of a few people, the dancing picks up a little bit. And you see that as they dance, the flames in the fireplace start initially to kind of mimic their movements, and then becomes images of the stories that they tell. Stories of strange far-off lands and of wild creatures and of hunts and of primitive lands. And you can actually see the pictures in the fire as they create this kind of almost like a flashback to the primitive time. And they create a storytelling world around this campfire and bring people into this. And they are sharing their stories with people. There's no tickets or anything, but it is a Knoll storytelling circle.
I want to go there in real life.
So you guys head towards the mystery mine, and as you get there, you see there is this sort of huge tower in the middle of it, and a huge eye on the top of the tower. It's like a metal eye with sort of spokes for eyelashes and a crystal iris in the middle, and it kind of rotates as you go.
Sauron.
Very in a more in a kind of sparkly way.
Okay.
In a kind of sparkly way, I think, really.
Sauron's glamorous sibling.
Yes.
I was going to say.
Sauron's fashion-conscious brother.
It's just Sauron's drag queen phase. It's fine.
That too. As you get there, you see that there is, near the entrance, there is a male dwarf standing there who is dressed like a wizard. He has green robes on and a green pointy hat, a grey beard, and has around his neck a kind of replica of what you saw on top of the tower, which is a necklace that has sort of an eye shape on it that looks like it's got some kind of clockwork mechanism in the middle. And he has a wand and little stars painted on his robe. Very clearly a little more pantomime wizard than real wizard.
Asta points at him and goes, "You're a wizard!"
And he kind of stops for a beat and then goes, "Indeed I am, young man. My name is Zifixo. I am Zifixo the Great. Please, are you coming to the mystery mine?"
Please, love.
And you see, basically propelled by magic and nothing else, there is a series of mine carts designed to be more like a roller coaster. And fairgrowers sort of get into them, and they then move and disappear into an opening that is carved like a dragon's mouth.
I thought as much. It's a Dungeons and Dragons ride.
It is. But as it disappears into the dragon's mouth, you realize that the dragon's mouth has nothing behind it, so it kind of just disappears. And then sometime later, it reappears on the other side, from outside of a tunnel there, with the passengers all manner of emotions. There are people who are killing themselves laughing, people who look massively excited, a few people who look utterly terrified. And Zafixo just gestures and says, "Unlock the mysteries of your mind in the fabulous mystery mine." And looks very pleased with himself for his rhyme.
Well done.
he kind of casts you a cursory glance. Is like, God, do I look? Do they know it's rhyme?
You should go see those people at the teapot. They love rhymes.
It is indeed a fun part of the carnival. Would you like to take part in the Mystery Mine ride and explore the mysteries of your mind?
Yes.
I think that sounds fantastic.
Wonderful. Tickets, please.
Oh, right, yeah.
Again, this awkward sort of paw in the harness, and the ticket is procured.
He kind of tries to help and then thinks better of it seeing the claws and kind of and then eventually takes it. He stamps your ticket, gives it back, and does to the other two of you, and you all get into the same minecart. Are you ready to partake?
Holding the bar like a kid.
Asta's going to sit right at the front so that we go faster.
Nerrigan will sit next to Asta and then try
so
and
that
work
we go
out.
faster. That's amazing. Cool.
Tries to. Okay, fine, and just puts his claws into the cushion.
Again, Esther Nerrigan, it does appear that a lot of the rides and stuff here are very well catered for people of all sizes and persuasions. So there is very little problem for you, which is unusual for you to experience that. So you sit in the minecarts, and as expected, there's a bit of a jolt as you're all sort of pulled back as it starts, and it makes its way into the mouth of this dragon. And as soon as you go through the mouth of the dragon, there is sort of pitch dark for a few seconds, and then you can feel this sort of almost a slight roller coaster motion, and you start to see some sort of brightly coloured lights. There's one of those sort of vertigo spirals that kind of sort of spirals next to you. There's a skeleton that's kind of hovering in the darkness. It feels all a little pantomime, but there are people who are laughing and clapping. And
except for Mona, she's actually proper freaked out by skeletons. So she sees it, she's like, no.
It's a very quick glance at that one, but and slowly the ride sort of picks up a little bit. That it gets a little bit faster, and it seems that some of the illusions and some of the kind of the scary bits are getting a little bit scarier. And then it starts to feel like it's getting a little darker and a little sort of faster. And suddenly, as you turn a corner, there is Nerrigan next to you. There is an immediate sudden bang, which immediately makes you jump. And sort of there are flashes of light that sort of unnerve you slightly.
I think it scatters over Asta, and I think you have to grab him by the collar, or he's going to jump out of the cart.
As things start to kind of get a little bit hairy, and you start to feel like this is not just about sort of fun and cheesiness, it gets a little creepy, and let's just say the sort of whole vibe of it seems to get a little more serious. And suddenly, all three of you see above you the vision of an enormous, terrifying snake that rears in front of the cart and kind of waves from side to side, staring directly at you. And you know you're moving, but the illusion moves with you. And as it waves to one side, it strikes at you immediately. And although it is an illusion, it feels like it's really coming at you. So I need all of you to roll me a wisdom saving throw, please. Nerrigan, I need you to roll with disadvantage.
Dirty 20 for Mona.
Why do wisdom saving throws hate me?
I don't know, because you should be good at this.
I know. I rolled a 4.
Oh no!
I've got +5, but I rolled a 4. Why is it just wisdom
+5?
saving
Damn.
throws?
I got a
So you-
17.
With disadvantage.
With disadvantage, I rolled a 12 and a 14.
Amazing. And Esther, what did you get?
I got a 9
A 9.
total.
Okay, cool.
Curse.
Asta, as the strike, Asta literally screams and squeals, completely like involuntarily, as the snake strikes at you. And there is a real kind of moment of panic as you realize, Asta, that you actually yelled out loud. But you also are very aware of the fact that that actually scared you. Like that wasn't as much fun as you thought it was going to be.
I think
This
Nerogwyn, like, there's that whole sort of moment between afraid and angry, and he goes into angry and he just strikes at the snake as it comes close to his friends.
and your paw and claws immediately slash right through the illusion. There is nothing there, nothing for you to get kind of to actually hook into, and that makes you even more angry and makes you really grumpy about the snake. But just as quickly as it came and Asta squealed, it disappears and fades, and you find you're into kind of the normal movement of this again. As you pass through what feels like a dark tunnel with spirals on it, you get to the other side, and it suddenly feels like it's getting sort of cold, and there's lichen and hanging bits of sort of what looks like green dripping vegetation hanging over you. And it's one of those things where you're kind of like moving so it doesn't hit you like they do with the cobweb feeling and that kind of thing, but it just feels a little bit sort of damp in here. And Mona, you look down next to you, and attached to the side of the buggy is a giant leech.
Nope.
And the rest of you look when Mona makes a noise, and you look forward and you can see there are giant leeches moving across the front of your wagon towards you. And I need you all to throw me a wisdom saving throw again, please.
Oh no.
Do I just do a normal one? Because leeches are like...
Yours is with disadvantage, I'm afraid.
I thought so. Mona is not okay with parasitic bugs. Cool and great. That makes a lot of sense.
Asta, what did you get?
I actually did okay. I got 14 this time.
Nerogwyn?
Also got a 14.
Mona?
Critical failure.
Oh, shit. Okay. Mona, you are utterly convinced that this is crawling into the cab with you. And Mona literally starts pushing away from it and pushing it. And you can both see that she is not playing. Like, she is really scared of this. And Mona, just as you feel like it's about to slump over the edge, sort of into the cart right next to you, it just disappears, literally just dissipates as you tilt to one side and the cart swings around, entering through what looks like a dark kind of tunnel in a dungeon. It's gone as quickly as it seemed to appear.
Mona's like head between knees, trying not to have a panic attack kind of thing.
Well, yeah, I would imagine so. This continues for a few more minutes, and then you guys sort of think that you see some light at the end, so you're kind of pretty sure that you're heading towards where you come out of the tunnels. And as you get closer and closer to the light, Asta, you are massively relieved that this is getting to the end, and you turn to Mona to kind of make sure that this is where you're going. And your friends have disappeared.
Huh.
And you are on your own.
Oh no.
And your cart starts to slow, and you suddenly get the feeling that the tunnel is getting smaller and smaller. And it feels like the walls are literally closing in on you. And you can feel your heartbeat start to increase. You feel yourself start sweating.
Yeah.
And you are now in full panic mode. The two of you are experiencing the same thing. You don't know where your friends are. They are no longer next to you. And you are heading towards a small space on your own.
Very rude of them to leave without saying.
A perfect reaction. And I need you all to throw a wisdom saving throw. Asta with disadvantage, please.
Oh, man. Oh, come on. All right, fine.
Asta, what did you get?
7.
A 7. Neragwin?
12.
Mona? Mona?
8.
8. Just Asta, just as you are getting to the point where you are literally putting your head in your hands and hiding because you just don't want to see what's around you and how close it is, you have your hands over your eyes and you suddenly feel Mona put her hand on your shoulder as all three of you sort of glance around and your friends are exactly where they were, exactly what you expected. And the cart comes out of the tunnel into the daylight and you once again hear the noise of the carnival noises, the typical noises that you have heard for most of the day.
I think Asta just like turns around and gives Mona a big hug.
Oh, I give Asta a big hug back.
I mean, if you need the loo, just say so. You don't need to leave me on my own. It's just rude.
I'm like reaching to pull Neragwin in for the hug. I have no idea whether Neragwin will be okay with that.
Fine.
Yeah, just like. It is okay, friends. It is okay, friends.
That was scarier than I imagined, you know.
Oh, that was
really a lot of
that
mystery to that, was it? Just scary.
Where is that little wizard bastard? I need to have a word with him.
The little wizard is right there. As you come out, he says, "Welcome, friends. Isn't the mind a magical thing to explore?"
No, not really.
Oh, come now.
That was
Witchlight Carnival
horrible.
is about all manner of excitement, and I can tell your hearts are racing.
I think I'm going to be sick.
Oh, don't be sick in here. And he kind of ushers you out. Literally kind of
I'm going
edges you
to
out.
have a word.
Oh, come now, Mona. You know it's all fun here. It's all for the laughs.
Ew,
Don't understand what all the fuss was about. It was just a load of quite creepy illusions.
Neragwin, until the end of the night, you have advantage on saving throws for all charisma-based ability checks.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Cool.
Fortunately, none of you failed all 3 of those. Because the consequences can be quite bad.
My God.
What would
If
they
anyone was
have
going to fail 3 times, it was going to be me.
It was a risk. If you had failed, I have to say first of all, in the actual book, the sort of penalty for failing all 3. If people rolled badly, it could be a real problem for days going forward in your adventure. So we wouldn't have played it quite that harsh. But essentially, what would have happened is you would have had nightmares for a number of days, and for each day that you had a nightmare, you would have had to throw a wisdom saving throw. And had you failed that upon waking, you would have had a level of exhaustion that day.
Oh, mean!
Oh, that's
mean!
Exhaustion's like a killer in this game.
Yeah, so
Exhaustion's the worst.
they were not playing around with the consequences of some of these.
I feel like I had a very lucky escape there.
Yeah.
You did. But yes, so thank you for exploring your minds with me.
In the mind.
Terrifying as
You're
those
welcome.
Question mark?
Yeah, I'm really glad to be of help. So you guys come out of there, obviously a little shaken, but as you leave, the fog lifts and you don't feel quite as sort of angry and as sort of frustrated as you did, but not entirely sure that you're glad you tried that. While it was a little exhilarating, you guys are all not entirely convinced it was fun. Where else would you like to explore or investigate?
Did you want to relax for a few minutes and cover ourselves and maybe go and listen to those gnolls tell some stories? You both seem very interested by that, and I can curl up by the fire.
Oh,
Yeah, that
yes,
sounds like a
something
good
that
plan.
involves sitting down and just being warm and still and
And not feeling like I'm about to die. That would be great.
That would be nice.
that would be ideal. Yeah, I think we're going to go chill out by the fire for a minute.
Cool. As you guys head back towards where you saw the gnolls, and you actually passing anyway to just past where the calliope is. And you can hear the music coming from it. It's one of those that kind of almost feels like somebody, like an old organ grinder thing. And there's a sort of really happy, merry tune that comes from it. And it's on the back
Can I
of a
just real
brick.
quick ask, what the heck is a calliope?
So a calliope is one of those, like an old organ grinder thing where you use the handle and you rotate the drum, and the drum has got the little things on it that make the noise.
Like a
Okay,
hurdy-gurdy.
sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, so
I just
it
wanted to picture
sounds.
it.
It's a
Okay.
bit like, if you can hear, this is the kind of.
It is a bit hurdy-gurdy, but like nightmare hurdy-gurdy.
Yeah, they are definitely one of those things that border on creepy, a bit like music boxes these days. Like if you hear music boxes, it's very bordering on kind of nostalgic / creepy as fuck.
Oh, guaranteed every single one of them's cursed and got a ghost in it.
So a calliope is a little more cheerful than that, but particularly this one, and it's it's sort of brightly painted wagon in the open. It's all feels very circusy as opposed to creepy. And as you walk up, you can see the sort of back of somebody standing there, and they've got sort of short brown hair and have on a magnificent cloak that goes all the way down to the floor, and it is adorned with buttons of every color and size and material that you could imagine, all kind of sewn into swirling patterns of color that almost seem like alive when you look at it because they're so intricate. And next to them, there is also a kind of small creature rattling a tin cup with a few coins in it. Are you going to sort of go and have a look, or?
Yeah, Asta's gonna look through his pockets and his bag and find a button and put it in the pot.
Cool. As you do so, the creature holding the pot with the buttons in turns around, and it is in fact a small goblin that is wearing a ladybug suit, and kind of looks up at you and smiles and just goes, "Thank you," and then runs off to rattle it at other people. The person wearing the cloak turns to look at you. And they are in fact not standing next to the calliope, they are in fact standing on the calliope. And you come face to face in a glorious cloak of buttons with a monkey who is turning the handle of the calliope, sending music into the air from rows of golden whistles and instruments. And the monkey beams at you and gestures to the sign, and there is a sign beautifully painted in gilded letters, which says, "Spare a button, if you please, and I shall sew it next to these. I offer nothing in its place, besides a smile upon my face. I cannot give what I don't own, but one day perhaps I'll call you home." And the monkey looks at you, looks at the button in the cup, looks at Asta, and says in a very normal, perfect voice, "Thank you very much, that's very kind of you."
Asta tips his flower crown in his direction.
It's nice to see another fellow awakened being.
Well, it's not quite that simple, I'm afraid. But it is lovely to see you here. Mona, it's lovely to see you. I only usually see you sort of on patrol, really.
Yes, just pretend that I am.
Very well.
That's
I've
what we're
got you.
doing. We're patrolling, right?
Yes,
We have
yes.
severely investigated every single item of entertainment here and can guarantee that they are working normally.
And the pastries. We've checked the pastries.
Yes, definitely not.
Yes, I would expect you would do some quality checking on the pastries.
You know me. How is it going? How many buttons today?
Oh, we have a number of buttons. The cloak is looking beautiful, and I shall keep
It looks
adding them.
magnificent. You look magnificent.
Well, thank you, and thank you, kind sir, for your contribution.
Oh, you're welcome. Just happy to help.
And he looks at Neragwin and says, it's less of an awakened thing and kind of more of a prank that went wrong. Yeah. Anyway.
Frank?
Well, it kind of... Look, it's a story that involves... Well, my pet monkey, a leprechaun, and a great quantity of brambleberry wine.
None of those things go well together. None of them.
Well, yes, if you ever see my body that ran off with a monkey's mind in it, let me know. Anyway, have a wonderful time at the carnival. At least here I'm, made at home.
If we ever see your body running around with a monkey's mind, we will try and catch it for you.
I will hold you to that promise. And he gives you a wink with his cheeky little monkey face. And he turns and continues playing with the calliope, and Marigold, his goblin friend dressed as a ladybug, continues rattling the coins. The coins? The buttons, even.
As we walk past, I'm just going to yell back over my shoulder, "Don't go in that stupid mine! Okay? Don't do it!" Bye-bye, darling. What?
He laughs, clearly having sort of experienced what the mine is like. He just laughs and nods at you. So you're going to go and have a sit down at the Knolls, are you?
Yeah.
Cool. As you go and sit with the Knolls, they continue their storytelling. And it is unusual in that it feels very much like almost primitive storytelling. It's storytelling that feels raw and ancient, and in some ways it feels very unusual because it's not about magic. It's about survival and life and fighting and weird, powerful creatures, and the stories that they tell feel so primal. And with the way that they tell them, with the drums and the dancing around the fire, you three are immediately just swept up into this entranced story. And you find yourselves just watching for a while, not even talking to each other as they tell these stories. And eventually they finish the story and they take their seats and chat to some of the other people that are there, continuing and resting before they do their next performance. So you guys can stay there and chill for a bit. Depends on what you would like to do.
What do we have left to see?
Well,
When's that cake eating contest?
Oh, it should be soon, I would have thought.
Because I'm on a roll now. I'm 2 for 2.
That's true.
good
You
point.
won the snail racing too.
Yeah, and we do want to miss that.
And I feel
and
like,
we've got
if
the
anything, I'm going to be real
gondola
good at
swans.
that.
You've
yeah,
got
this one.
I can confirm that Asta eats a grand amount.
you have
The
the
growing boy.
You have the Silver Song Lake, where Pasha actually performs. You have the Gondola Swans, which is near there. You have the Feasting Orchard, where there's the cupcake eating. There is the Lost Property area. There's the Pixie Kingdom, which you have also not explored.
Oh, yeah.
And then there are several smaller kind of stalls where you can play Guess the Feathers, you can play Catch the Dragon.
That sounds like a Neragwin thing.
Dragon. Yeah.
That's a good point, actually. I didn't think about that.
I mean, they may not
joys
like
of
the
having-
way I catch the dragon, but I will catch the
The
dragon.
joys of having an actual cat in the
Fine.
so there are all those things. So.
Well, shall we see when this eating competition is? And then I think maybe a couple of other things. See if we can get some more information about this Fey crossing. We still don't seem to be any closer to finding it.
No, and I do definitely want to find this Kenku that has caused so many problems here,
I feel like
especially for my friend.
pie eating competition is exactly the sort of place that mischief might go down.
These cupcakes.
Yeah, the cupcake competition.
It's all baked
It
goods
is
to me.
cupcakes.
It's not
It's
the
very
same.
important.
There's a very, very
Thank you,
significant
Aston. Thank
difference
you.
there.
I think Nerogrin's already walking away, just flicking his tail
Oh.
very gently.
Okay. All right. Let's
So
head
you-
towards cakes.
You're going to head towards the cupcakes. Fair enough. So you head back to the feasting orchard, and you are now you are well aware of where it is and what's there. And you go in, and there is, of course, still loads of people, just merriment happening. People are drinking mead, people are eating, and the cupcake competition appears to have not started yet, because there is still a huge table full of cupcakes, a huge vat of custard, and a little halfling old lady who is standing with her arms crossed, very clearly acting as the bouncer for the cupcakes, at least.
I'm gonna go ask her when. So, excuse me. Hello. when-
Yes, you again.
Yeah, I'm keen. When does
Yes.
this? When does it start? I'm ready to eat cupcakes.
We won't be starting for a few minutes yet. They're still adding some more. We finished the last round, so we just had to restock. But if you'd like to come back in a few minutes, it will be ready. So you could just hang around here if you'd like.
Cool, great. And he sits down in front of her.
In front of her. You may be more comfortable just at one of the tables, perhaps, until we're ready to begin.
I feel
Oh,
I'm
okay.
already sitting at a table and I'm just like pointing to it, like, Aster, you can use the furniture.
I think Nerogrin is standing on said table, looking at the halfling with a see. I see.
I told you. Cool. So you guys can partake of some of the other refreshments while you wait for the eating competition, should you wish.
I'm gonna fill up my mug again.
A few minutes pass, and you can see that they kind of seem to be getting ready for something. And the little old lady eventually sort of steps up to a little stage and kind of goes, "Excuse me, everyone," and then lets out the most almighty yell that you've ever heard, and yells, "Oi!" And there is dead silence as everybody turns to look at her, and she says, "Thank you so much for your attention. The cupcake eating contest will start in a few minutes. Those who would like to enter, please come to the front. I hope you're hungry."
Go on, Aster. Get him. Get him.
Just asked her for this?
Come on, Mona, you like sweet things.
Oh, yes. Go on,
I
then.
challenge you.
Go
Who can
on,
eat the
then.
most cakes?
So you're both going to try, are you?
Yeah.
Whilst they are in the middle of the competition and everyone's sort of focused, I think Nerogrin's going to go take the lower road through the crowd and just see if he can see anything unusual happening.
Okay. Roll me a perception check.
You're the good student actually doing the work, and we're eating cupcakes.
Oh, it's just a really bad idea for Nerogrin to eat baked goods.
Yeah, there's going to be something in there that's poisonous.
Yeah. Dirty 20.
A dirty 20.
Nice.
So as you are walking through everybody's legs, there is a lot of people here. There are, people getting ready for the contest, but there are also people in and out of here all the time. And you try and sort of use that sense of yours to see if you can pick up that same smell of feathers or anything like that. And there's too much that's kind of overwhelming. What you do notice, though, is that sort of a little further away from where you are, back towards where the big top is and that kind of thing, the bugbear that you saw in the extravaganza, who was so powerful and who seemed so lovely, he is standing, kind of leaning, and he appears to be just kind of watching you, not in a sort of creepy spying way, because he's literally standing out in the open. More that he seems to be kind of sort of interested, almost kind of like a bit intrigued by who you are. Looks like doesn't look like he's hiding, but he's just hanging around there. Other than that, you really can't find anything that sort of takes you back to the trail of that person you were looking for. Just there is an overwhelming sort of I don't know, a mass of smells and noises and everything because of how many people are here and how many different types of things are happening. So, would Mona and Asta like to begin the cupcake eating competition?
Yeah.
So, you will throw. So we will begin the contest. First, I need to know from each of you, what is your Constitution modifier?
0.
1. Oh. Good start.
Cool. So we will begin the competition with you guys are on a timer along with a few other people who are eating alongside you, one of whom is the tiniest halfling you have ever seen in your life, but who looks utterly determined to kind of win this, and a few others who clearly are just there because it's all you can eat. They're literally treating it like an all-you-can-eat buffet.
Nice.
And so they get you ready. You each get a little bib to put on. They have a glass of water for each of you as you sit ready in front of this huge table of cupcakes. And the little old lady has a tiny little handkerchief that's got lace along the edges, and she stands with it ready to get you guys to start. And she holds it up and says, "Ready?"
I'm going to cast guidance on myself.
Okay. And eat! And this huge timer that is next to the table starts ticking down. And you have 60 seconds to eat as many as you can. So we will be rolling 6 rounds, and we will see who eats the most. So let's roll your first roll. You will be rolling a Constitution saving throw.
Okay.
Oh, natural 20.
Oh, what? Damn.
Mona?
18.
Cool. And your second rolls, please.
Oh, shit. That was only a 9.
A 9. Asta? 7. So you guys, having started really, really well, Mona...
I went
Mona
way too hard, way too fast.
Mona and Asta are both doing, like, remarkably well. Mona, like, literally goes through the first 4, like, there is just, like, nothing stopping her. Asta virtually inhales the first 3. But on Asta's 4th and on Mona's 5th, they both kind of realize that they probably were not prepared for just how delicious and big and rich these cupcakes were. So both of you kind of have to stop for a second and take a sip of water, both completely and utterly sort of trying to convince the other that you're both fine. Both kind of nodding like, I'm totally fine. And throw your third Constitution saving throw, please.
15.
19.
Cool. You guys, having had a bit of a sip of water, now your mouth doesn't feel quite so dry with cake and crumbs, and you both seem to knock back the next 1 or 2 very, very easily. Let's have roll number 4, please. Mona.
6.
Asta.
13.
Oh!
So you're getting there, but Mona has to have another quick sip of water, which she tries to hide from Asta. But in that time, Asta manages to get another one. So she's they're doing all right. Mona's gonna have to work hard for this one. Can I have roll number 5, please?
I'm not even gonna look. Oh,
Mona.
14.
19.
Oh!
Mona gets a little bit back into her stride, and she manages to get that one. She's pretty sure that Asta's catching up, but she's now got her competitive head on and is determined not to look at Asta, and is just going to try and get this next one in as the time runs out. So roll your last Constitution saving throw, please.
18.
18?
15.
Sorry, 15.
Yeah.
Cool. So the as you shove this last cupcake, the ticker is counting down, and the little old lady is kind of applauding politely, and the ticker stops, and there is a chime of a bell, and you guys both sort of stop, put your hands down, breathing heavily. There are crumbs everywhere. Asta has crumbs in his hair. Some of it's sticking in his beard. There's definitely icing that he's got on his ear somehow, although nobody's touched that. And Mona, who has very carefully dusted all the crumbs off her knitwear, looks up and smiles at you, and around her mouth is just covered in glaze from the cupcakes, even though she doesn't realize it yet.
She has a lot of facial piercings. I feel like this is bad.
So let's have a look.
The suspense is killing me here.
I mean,
the little old lady has kind of called and called time and everything, and says, "Well, we're now going to count how many everybody ate, and we'll announce the winner shortly." And as she's saying this, the little halfling, who only managed to have 3 of the cupcakes, reaches up to the table to grab another cupcake, and she stops mid-sentence and glares at him and just goes, and this little halfling looks up, stops mid-reach, and just hangs his head like he's been told off by his nan. And she goes away for a few seconds and comes back and says, excuse me, everyone. Well, we have an interesting one. We have a tie. So we don't have a winner yet, so we're going to have to try something different this time. This time we're going to go not for how many, but we're going to go for whether which of them can finish this cupcake first. And they bring out 2 giant cupcakes. They are literally the size of a full gâteau cake. Each one.
Is that bit in Matilda with the kid with the chocolate
yes,
cake?
Miss Trunchable.
And those ones that are baked in those silicone to be able to buy off.
This is how we die. We need backup characters.
So your tiebreak will be for you. Which one of you will eat this first? And to do that, we are going to each roll, or you are each going to roll, a Constitution saving throw and a Dexterity roll.
Oh no!
Okay.
And we
just
will
Dexterity flat roll or a Dexterity saving throw?
A saving throw. So we'll roll them each both as a saving throw. Yes.
Okay.
Okay, I'll do con first.
Mona. Constitution.
She just a natural 20, 21 total.
Asta, your Constitution saving throw.
16.
Okay. And a Dexterity saving throw, please.
I want to know why we need Dex.
I mean, I have ideas, but none of them are nice things to talk about on stream.
Mona?
Mona got an 11 Dex.
Asta?
Dirty 20.
Oh!
So it is neck and neck as you start eating this, and you both start with like incredible gusto. It's like it's one cupcake. It's big, but it's one. You could do one more, and they both start at such a speed, and they are literally shoveling it in. And it starts with kind of polite bites, and it very quickly escalates to handfuls shoved into the mouth. And they are both
like you
great.
said, Theo. I'm picturing that bit in Matilda where he's just grabbing
grabbing
it in his face.
That's it, and both of them are finding a competitive side of themselves that they weren't sure was really this competitive. But
yeah, every now and
really
then he's like looking over to see how far you'll get.
And Mona looks manic with like cake hanging out of her mouth, like.
Maybe you're not a barbarian, you could be rage eating.
Oh my god!
Damn it!
That would have been amazing. But they both they are literally shoving it in their face, and now the crowd is like, "This is incredible!" They like people are cheering you on. There are people yelling your names. Like people are getting so behind this, and there is a huge buzz of the crowd. And as you're eating this, you're getting more towards kind of the end of the cupcake, and both of you are starting to feel just not great about this anymore. Like it's fine. You think you're okay, but you're more determined to finish it than in any way whatsoever enjoying this. Even Asta is like feeling enough cupcakes, and you get to the point where there is probably like 4 or 5 bites left, and you are both struggling to chew through these last few bites. Really struggling to chew, and as you pick up the last kind of bites head to head, both of you, Mona accidentally drops her cupcake, and it literally hits the table and falls onto the floor into the grass.
No!
Just as Asta shoves the last bite into his face, and the crowd goes wild. The little old lady is jumping up and down, like cheering you on. So excited, and everybody screams, and they present you very quickly with a huge glass of water for you both to drink. And they come along. One of the attendants with the little old lady comes along, and cheery chap is laughing at how much he enjoyed it, and gives you both a great big pat on the back. And, at which point, both of you can barely hold it in with the cupcake. And the little old lady comes over to Asta and says, "Well, you're a bit of a surprise, aren't you? I didn't think anybody would eat that big one, but you both did very well. This is for you." And she gives you a sash. And on the sash, it says, "Ruler of the Cupcakes."
Oh, yeah. Gonna put it straight on. And look over at Mona and be like, adjust my sash.
Well done.
Mona, you try very hard not to throw up, and you literally kind of have to go to the side a bit because you're pretty sure that you're going to throw up. And you don't. You manage to keep it in, but you do take 4 points of custard damage. And yes, that will come off your hit points now, please.
Okay, 4 points of custard damage.
Psychological damage.
So
I've got custard poisoning.
So you can stay, and you can have some more cupcakes if you'd like. Or you could just settle down for a little bit and perhaps drink some water.
I've slumped back in whatever I was sitting in with the biggest food baby you've ever seen. looking at Asta, just being like, "I lose the game."
Yeah, well played, buddy. That was a close one.
Oh.
I think it's time for something with a lot of movement, don't you?
Oh no, absolutely not.
Don't you want to go on the mystery line now?
No, I feel like I need a peppermint tea to sit down.
We need some cheese to balance the sugar.
What?
That's how it works.
I mean, I could always go for some cheese.
Okay.
I'm sure they have cheese, should you wish. But,
how about
I'm
a
not standing up.
nice, soothing trip on the gondolas?
I will do that in a minute. Okay. All right. Yes. I stand up very slowly.
So the three of you start heading in the direction of the gondola swans.
I'm walking like I'm pregnant.
Yeah, this is holding his food baby.
Oh my god. So you head towards the gondola swans, which are on sort of part of the Silver Soul Lake. And as you get up to that area, you can see that there is a jetty that stretches out a little way into the sort of the lake there, which is part of the river. And you can see that there are enormous swans gliding through the water, pulling ornate wooden gondolas draped in flowers of all color. They have big, beautiful leaves that act as a kind of a sun canopy over them. They have flowers all the way down them, and beautiful, enormous white swans in front of each one. The swans sort of seem to, people get in, and the swans then sort of drift away, and they sort of seem to disappear into the banks of silver mist that surrounds the Witchlight Carnival as they wend their way down the river. And you can see that as you're heading in at the end of the jetty, there is a swan and a gondola waiting right there for the next ride. So if you would like to ride, you can do so. Three of you can fit into a gondola. The attendant there is a very polite but slightly disinterested gnome who just holds his hand out for a ticket, sort of nods at Mona, and sort of as soon as he recognizes Mona, kind of just straightens up a little bit and smiles a bit.
Great effort. Wonderful.
Kind of nods and then realizes it was sarcasm, kind of looks a little embarrassed, but just the three of you on, and you are now in one of the gondolas. And the swan that you are, that is guiding you through with this gondola, sort of looks at you and bows her head. And you get in and you start drifting off. And the swan says in a very, very sort of beautiful, soft voice, says, "My name is Febuary, and I will be taking you on the river that encircles the carnival."
Thank you, Febuary.
She sort of gives you a bit of a sideways look at the two of you sitting slumped in the back.
Too much
and
cake.
she sort of has her head up proudly, and you sail off into the mists. And basically, it will take you around the carnival. There is a river that literally surrounds the entire carnival and encircles it. And as you sort of start drifting, Featherine sighs deeply and says, "Are you having a pleasant time at the carnival?"
Oh yeah, I'm having the best time.
Yes, it's a lot of fun. It's a really nice place. Are you having a nice evening, Feverine?
I am. I often wonder what life is about. I often wonder what joy means. In a world so full of illusion, how do I know what is real? How do I know we exist?
God.
And she carries on sailing.
Oh God. Existential swan gondola.
A few seconds later, she could have a swandola. A few seconds
Another
later,
great band name, by the way. Existential swan gondola.
I like that. Say that 3 times fast. And she sort of a little way along, she sighs again, sort of casts her eyes back, and she says, "Do any of you do magic?"
Yes.
Yeah, I can do magic. A little.
How do magic spells know how much diamonds cost?
That is a really good question. I think it's less actually the actual value and more about the material quality.
Do you know that's the first time anyone's made sense of that question? I shall think on it. And she sails a little further, and she sort of glances back and looks at Asta, sort of clearly sort of sizing them up, so to speak, and says, "You look like you know things about plants.
Oh, yeah, some things.
Do plants have souls?"
I'd like to think so. Yeah, I think everything has some kind of essence. I mean, I can talk to plants, so there must be
Oh, that
there must
is
be
interesting.
something going on there.
Do they believe in an afterlife?
I've never actually asked them directly, but now you come to mention it.
Mona
Would
is fully convinced.
Is
she's
there
having
any
a
plants
cake-induced
like?
fever dream?
A cupcake fever dream.
Is there
it's
any?
just like
It's like
The sugar is getting to me.
Mona's having a sugar-related fear and
Hallucination.
moment.
sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you there, Theo, but
Oh, I just
It's fine.
realised my thing because I have I think it's a furbog thing, but I can speak to plants, but I don't understand what they say.
I'm not sure that's
I
going to
can,
work
like,
in a
convince
question
them
and
to-
answer scenario. To be
I can
honest.
convince them to do something, and I have advantage on charisma checks to influence plants, but I don't actually. I can't understand what they say.
Maybe you could convince them to grow in a certain way, or answer like bow yes for bow twice for yes and once for no, or something. I mean,
you'd have to be sitting there for like a whole day.
Yeah.
and you think Asta wouldn't do that?
Yeah.
Oh, he definitely would.
Featherine glances back at Mona and says, have you seen Candlefoot lately?
Oh yes, I have. They are not having a great time.
No.
Trying to help him out. Actually, keeping my eyes peeled for someone. Why? Have you spoken to him?
Oh no, but I saw what happened. I saw him and his love. I saw him and Palasha. And I thought he was going to express his undying love for her and finally tell her that he loved her. But just as he was about to speak, his voice left him, and he's not spoken since.
Oh,
It was most
No.
unusual. Palasha was very upset. She doesn't trust easily, and I think she was mortified that he could not bring himself to tell her that he loved her.
This
oh,
sounds
that's
familiar.
awful.
What sort of thing could rob a man of his voice when he needs it the most?
Well, I did have a small chat with Candlefoot and the Kenku we're keeping an eye out for is for that reason.
Right.
Did you see anyone else there when
Yes,
you saw?
my feathery existential friend. Did you see any sort of Kenku related thing?
No. I was too enraptured with love. It's fascinating to see how people love.
I will take your word for it.
She sighs and carries on.
I suppose being this sort of ride, you must see lots of different opportunities of romantic entanglements.
Sometimes I see many people, but I often wonder what really drives them. I often wonder why they do what they do.
People are strange, aren't they?
Oh, they are. They are fascinating.
Oh, definitely fascinating, but very strange. They do things that seem very contrary.
Oh, that they do. There are many contradictions. I see much of that. One of the contradictions of the carnival, one of my favorites, is Burley, the bugbear. Do you
Oh,
know?
do continue.
He has a profound mind. He's utterly wasted guarding the staff wagons.
Really?
We talk about all sorts of important things. He does miss his brother tremendously, but he's great company when he is with me.
What
We,
what happened to his brother?
we don't know. He doesn't know. Nobody happens. Hurley was here and then he wasn't. Nobody seems to know where he went. Even Burley. It's very sad, but Burley is a very philosophical bugbear, and he is coping with it in the most effective way possible.
Which is?
Well, to think on things.
Oh.
We talk about a
Okay.
great many mysteries. He doesn't like to talk about Hurley going missing, but he does miss him terribly. But he gets
His
on with his
brother
job.
Hurley.
He gets on with his job, and he is a most charming companion to discuss the more important aspects of life.
Have you discussed any other happenings in the carnival? Perhaps something that my two compatriots here have been looking for, which is a gateway to the Feywilds?
Oh, there are a great many rumors about the Fey crossing in the carnival, but I am afraid I do not know much about it. I do know people do talk about it, but I've never seen it myself.
What have you heard people mention?
Well, that there is a crossing, and that things go missing from the carnival.
Do we suspect
Things
that
go missing.
maybe Hurley went missing from the carnival in a similar way?
Well, many people leave the carnival. Some come, some stay, some go. Perhaps he found a purpose and left.
Were Hurley and Burley quite close? It would seem strange to just leave without telling your brother.
I think so. I think perhaps that's why Burley misses him so, is he doesn't know why he left, but I don't know any more than that, I'm afraid.
Seems like a lot of people are missing things.
Or have had unfortunate happenings.
There definitely there are things that go missing from the carnival, and people sometimes lose things here. That I have heard
Yes.
too.
You tried the Lost and Found? We haven't been to the Lost and Found yet. I bet there's interesting things there.
Well, if you have lost something, it seems like Lost and Found would be a good place to start.
Maybe when we are finished with our lovely tour of the river, we will give it a try.
I don't think I've lost anything.
Well,
But I do have a lot of pockets and a lot of stuff, so maybe I
You do have a lot of pockets. And a lot of things in them.
You never know what's going to come in handy, though, do you? I don't like
It's
to throw
impressive.
things. I'd like to reuse it or repurpose.
Feathery nods at that piece of wisdom as if she totally agrees.
There's
And
3
then
R's. You got to reduce, reuse, and recycle. Littering, it's killing Mother Earth.
The more you know.
Featherine just says, well, on that note, all good things must come to an end, or so I am told. And we have returned to the dock. Thank you for sharing your conversations and your insights with me. It has been most pleasant.
Thank you for the wonderful trip, Febuary. It was a real pleasure to meet such an elegant and knowledgeable swan.
Yes, thank you for the tour
She-
and the existential crises.
To Nerigwin's comment, she bows her head almost coyly and kind of ruffles her beautiful white wings a little. And when Mona says that, as Mona sort of goes to step out of the gondola, Featherine kind of just shakes a little bit, so the gondola kind of wobbles, and you almost
Hey!
lose your footing.
Feathering.
She just looks away as if she didn't even hear you.
I think Nerigwin has found a kindred spirit.
In a bird?
In a giant bird.
Right, so, I mean, Nerigwin would know not to mess with the swan. Those things can really do some damage.
That's very true.
That is true.
Very true.
So you have left the gondola swans, and you now have the rest of the carnival left to explore. Is there anything you particularly would like to do?
Lost down, found. Lost down, found.
You want to go to Lost Property?
Cool.
I think that'd be a good shout.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of what else we haven't done. I mean, some of the small stands we haven't done.
We haven't been to
we've
the
still-
Silver Song Lake or Pixie Kingdom.
Pixie Kingdom.
We are right at the Silver Song Lake at the moment, actually. I presume it went all the way round.
Yeah.
Okay, so we've been round there.
Silver Song, again, because Mona is with you, you would know that. So Silver Song Lake is not somewhere that you have to sort of have a ticket punched. It's basically this open lake where Palasha performs. So at regular points during the night, Palasha will perform her songs and her illusions and magic with water. And you can go and just sit and watch her do those performances without having to have a ticket stamped.
Can we talk to Palasha when she's not performing?
Mona, again, you would know that most of the staff are in the staff area when they're not performing or working. People who don't work for the carnival are not ordinarily allowed in the staff area. They can't even get in. But with you as a guide, you could potentially do that. But it would probably have to be after she performs at Silver Song Lake, which she hasn't yet. So you wouldn't know where she would be right now, but she would be there when she's finished performing, as would most of the other performers and staff.
Okay, so we've got a minute before she performs. We've got a bit of time to have a look at other places. So should we try Pixie Kingdom before we do Lost and Found? I feel like Nerigwin / Chris is saying yes with the eyebrows.
I mean, I should be on my best behaviour, providing they are.
Well,
Do not eat any of the pixies.
You're closer to Lost Property. I'll say that.
Let's go to Lost Property on the way.
Okay, good idea.
I mean, are any of us missing something? Why are we going to Lost Property? Have you lost something, Mona?
Where?
Well, we've lost a doorway to the Feywild.
But no one's going to take that to Lost and Found, are they?
Someone has lost their voice.
There's
we lost a king.
There's all sorts of lost things. Let's go. Let's go find out.
Yeah, all the things we've
can
seen
I,
here since we've been here, Asta. Walking up to someone and saying, "Hey, I've lost a kinku. Did anyone hand them in?" Wouldn't be the weirdest thing to happen to us.
Can I roll an insight check to see if Mona's telling the truth?
You can. Mona, would you... Yeah, you can either roll a contested or you can decide...
I think it'll probably be contested, but it's not going to be very good, so that's fine.
I rolled a 23.
Yeah, that's higher than a 6. I'm not very good at maths, but I'm pretty sure that's higher than a 6.
I was going to say, even for us who are maths disadvantaged, I think that is clear.
Yep.
Asta, it's very clear that Mona is... she's not lying, but she is clearly avoiding sharing sort of everything. She didn't really answer your question. She kind of sidestepped it a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that's pretty much what you can tell. I mean, like I say, it doesn't feel like she's intentionally lying to you. There's obviously something she doesn't want to either talk about or something that she is avoiding talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
she's not like actively hiding it. It's not like a
Yeah.
big dark secret, but she's known you guys for a few hours. So she's gonna.
Yeah. I know
Maybe
Asta's
wait.
not gonna push it or say anything. He's just gonna remember that.
Asta will remember that.
Yeah. Cool. So you're going to head to the lost property first, yeah?
Yep.
Cool. So you wander around towards the lost property, which is a sort of wagon and a little sort of almost an enclosure with the wagon in it, and you head up towards there. Mona, you know that it's a kind of a place where so kids can wait for their parents, or if they lose their parents, they can go there, and people know that that's a place to go as a kind of central meeting point. Outside the lost property wagon, as you get closer, Asta and Neragwin, you would both be quite interested by this. You notice that there is a large feline creature with almost sort of midnight blue fur and beautiful sort of monarch orange butterfly wings attached to it. As you get a little closer, you notice that the wings are in fact attached to two large tentacles. It has a big leather collar on, and hanging from the collar is a small wooden keg. And the creature is playing with two children and is kind of roughhousing and rolling around with these two children. And the kids are climbing on it and hanging off its neck. And as you get closer, you can hear one of the kids, one of the little boys, kind of squeals, "Again, Durla, again!" and hangs onto the creature's neck as this large feline creature sort of rolls and tries to sort of shrug him off and plays with him. And this is Durlagorn. And Durlagorn is a grey-whiskered displacer beast.
Very cool.
Cool.
Yeah, let's see if I can find the picture for you, because Durlagorn
Yes.
is lovely. There you go. I have just shared it.
Wow! Oh my god, so friggin' pretty. Oh, look at the lovely velvet baby. I love all the tassels and random little bits of stuff on them.
I know, it's all very,
Yeah, it's very
very decorative.
The artwork in this module is
So pretty!
good.
It's beautiful.
It's
it really
so
is.
good!
Yeah, it's lovely.
Dang, we'll have to find out who did it all.
Oh yeah, I'm sure we can easily. So Durlagorn is there playing with these kids, and they're kind of roughhousing and playing around. As you sort of walk towards them, Mona, obviously Durlagorn recognizes you, and you kind of stops playing with the kids a little bit. The kids are still hanging off Durlagorn, and they kind of nod and acknowledge you as you come up, and Durlagorn kind of growls in this really velvety voice and says, "Mona, it's so lovely to see you here. How can I help?"
Hello, friend. First of all, let me introduce to you Nerigrin and our friend Asta. These are two new friends that have come to the carnival.
A friend of Mona's is always a friend of mine.
I think Neragwin, by instinct, is making himself look as big as possible. It's like
Durlagorn sees you do this, very obviously sees it, and there is a kind of a knowing smile, but they kind of sort of almost back off a little bit, as if you're a little bit intimidating.
he's going to settle down, proud of himself again.
Asta's kind of
like-
characteristically quiet and is a little bit unsure about this whole situation.
Oh,
As
this is the lovely Delagron. They are a friend.
Hi.
a pleasure to meet friends of Mona's.
You have lovely wings.
Why, thank you. Yours are rather fetching too.
I know they're blue like my eyes.
Indeed, they are. As they are talking to you, these kids are kind of playing around them, and you see one of the boys who looks like slightly taller reaches into the wagon where the lost property is, and a moment later comes out with a ball that kind of looks like it's sort of mirrored almost. Looks like some kind of toy to play with, but it's big. It's like a football-sized ball, and they come out and start playing with it. And Derlagron sort of looks to them, sees what they're playing with, and there is a very quick movement as Derlagron shoots towards them, and you just hear a growl from Derlagron, and the flick of a tentacle. And Derlagron says, "Drop that!" And the kid drops the ball, looks utterly startled, and runs away. And Derlagron immediately looks like completely mortified, goes to chase the child, and then sort of looks at the other child and kind of looks a bit torn, and sort of settles down, takes a breath, and says, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Would you be willing to find Viro? His name is Viro. I didn't mean to startle him. I'm so sorry. And
Fear
looks.
not. We will bring back the child.
I thank you. And he turns to the other little boy.
I'm gonna look at Neragrin and be like, where did that come from?
He looks at the other boy, Derlagron, and he kind of nuzzles him slightly with his head and says, I shouldn't have done that. It's a long story. And you see that they turn back and they take the ball, and almost kind of reverentially, they take the ball and put it back in the wagon and turn back and say, I'm so sorry about that. If you could help. I'm sure Viro will be back shortly, but I don't like to react like that.
Did you want us to go find him, or?
If you could, I cannot leave lost property, but perhaps you
Okay,
could.
we will go find
search.
him. But when we come back, I want to ask you a couple of questions about what just happened there. Okay? You're not in trouble. I just want to know.
She's not mad. She's just
disappointed.
I'm just disappointed.
He just kind of sighs. He sighs and kind of nods in a sort of, one of those things that says, "Yeah, I know." It's like. Mm-hmm. So do you want to have a quick look to see if you can find this child?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. I mean, if you head out, if everybody can please roll me a perception check.
Yes.
A dirty 20.
Oh,
You are a beast.
you're rolling high today.
makes
Just-
up for all those wisdom saving throws earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. Mona?
A 9.
Neragrin?
18.
Damn.
You guys spend a few minutes looking, and without very much difficulty, you see the boy basically sitting, chomping on a toffee apple nearby, looking a little bit sulky, but not particularly distressed by the whole thing. Just obviously got a fright, and so is just kind of sitting, chomping.
Zero.
He looks up and just nods.
Hello.
Hi.
Shall we head back?
Yeah.
Don't worry, they're very, very sorry. They didn't mean to do that.
I know. They told us not to play with the things in there, but I was just playing. I just wanted to play with Derlagron more.
I know, it's not your fault. Do I see any, like, stalls around anywhere that have, like, toys or anything?
There are definitely stalls that have toys and balloons, and there's a place. The nearest place is a stall that sells. Well, the outside is decorated with all sorts of balloon animals.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna sort of lean over to the stall and be like, "Can you get me one of the giraffes, please?"
One of them, the guy who's there, kind of looks at you and kind of sort of frowns a little, like he's a bit confused. Reaches in and takes the balloon, and
Yes.
it's an uninflated balloon, and then just looks at you and he goes, "Do you not know how these work?"
Don't. I'm
Really?
full of cupcakes. I can't remember what's happening.
Listen, this woman is working hard making sure that you're safe, and so is the carnival. She can't be expected to remember every single detail.
Thank you, Nerdy Gwyn.
Fair point. And he reaches over
If
and
I
hands
really want to know.
it. He reaches over and hands it towards Vero, the little boy, and he says to him, "Right, hold this. Think about the animal that you want, and then blow on it." And Vero takes it, kind of thinks for a minute, and then closes his eyes, holds it, and goes, and blows on the balloon, and the balloon magically inflates and twists itself as he watches it into a balloon animal of an elephant.
Oh, that is a good choice.
And he looks most pleased with himself at his new elephant balloon. And as kids do, he's completely forgotten about the drama before. He's now just like excited by his elephant balloon that he got.
Excellent choice. Let's go show them your elephant. They're going to love to see it.
Okay.
Come on, let's go.
He nods and runs with you guys.
Okay, cool.
So as you get back, as soon as Vero comes around the corner, Durlagorn gets up and goes to him and just kind of headbutts him and says, "I'm sorry, little one. I should not have snapped at you." And Vero goes, "That's okay. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to not obey you." And Durlagorn says, "It's not your fault. Now go play with your brother for a bit." Kind of pushes him off with his head, and the two little boys go and play. And Durlagorn turns to you and says, "Thank you for bringing him back. I should not have reacted like that. But his parents will be very grateful that he and his brother are safe here."
Where did his parents go? Are they just having a wander?
"Oh yes, they're just in the carnival. They will be back to collect him and his brother shortly, but children are always welcome here. They can wait here and play here all they like."
You're a keeper of lost things, yes?
In a manner of speaking. Often things that just don't have a place at the moment.
We're looking for some things that may be missing, and hopefully you might be able to help us at least some of the way with them.
What exactly are you looking for?
Well, we're looking for rumours around where we might find a crossing into the Feywild. Was the first thing. We're looking for a Kenku who is prone to mischief, which is the second, and we're also looking for a person's voice, which seems to have been stolen, though we think it might be connected to the Kenku.
Is Gandalf's voice?
He nods knowingly, or they nod rather knowingly. And Durlagorn says, "Well, I cannot tell you where any of those things are, but I can tell you. I too have heard that there is a crossing here, a Fey crossing. But I think the only people who would know for sure would be Mr. Witch and Mr. Light."
Yes, I thought you were going to say that.
"As for the others, I know of the Kenku. The Kenku has been causing trouble. I also know Mr. Light and Mr. Witch are also looking out for the Kenku." They have been very much on edge lately, Mr. Witch and Mr. Light. I would advise against confronting them. Perhaps chat to some of the other staff, maybe Burley or even Palasha. They tend to know what's going on. They may be able to give you some advice, but all I know is that they have been very much on edge lately. And things have been going missing for quite some time.
Yes, it would seem so.
When they say that, there is a real sort of dejected look, as if they have lost someone.
I think Nerogrim picks up on that and kind of nudges him and for a second goes, including you, it would seem.
Without saying anything, Durlagron's tail reaches back and pulls forward the sparkly ball.
Yes, we were going to get to this.
And they sort of don't look directly at any of you, but Durlagron just says, "This is all I have of my cub. I am protective of it because it is what I have to remember them by. They have been missing for many years, gone from the carnival without a trace, stolen, lost, or taken, I do not know. Their name was Star, and they were my life. But I remain at the carnival in the hope that one day they will return or be returned. But that is why I am a little overprotective of their items."
That makes sense. I'm so sorry, Durlagron.
It was
I had
many
no
years
idea.
ago.
It doesn't matter.
But I now bring joy at the carnival, and others bring joy to the carnival, so we play our roles.
Yes, but amongst the things that we are looking for, we will be sure to put your cub on our list.
I am sorry I cannot help you with the Kenku, but I know that others search for them, so if you do find them, that would be a good thing for the carnival.
Yes, this Kenku is a pain in the arse.
They just kind of sort of giggle at Mona's colourful language.
It seems like our best course of action is to track down this Kenku and find out what they're about. Maybe that will get us the audience we need with Mr. Witch and Mr. Light. And then maybe
Yes.
we're looking for.
That is a good idea. Bring the Kenku like a gift.
Well, yes. Perhaps also find out why the Kenku is doing what they're doing. I don't like the idea of just arbitrary justice.
Yeah, I suppose.
Really? You're a cat? Surely you just kill it.
No, that's
Yeah, just
not
kill it and then
arbitrary
leave it
justice.
on the doorstep.
Yeah, that's a gift. It's different.
Yeah, just leave it on their chest while they're sleeping.
It kind of looks at Asta for a second. It's like, I told you, I gave you that in the strictest confidence.
Durlagron just kind of is bemused by you lot, but they do kind of lean down a little next to Mona and just gesture without looking at Asta, and Durlagron says, "Is your friend all right?"
Oh, that is not the word I would use, but they are functioning.
Wow.
And,
Okay.
Well, you know where you stand. Durlagron just nods and says, "Very well. They seem a little unnerved by me, but
Oh! Be fine. Be fine.
well, if I may make a suggestion, I think perhaps you should speak to some of, let's say, some of the more
Weird? Crazy?
No, I would say approachable staff.
Ah, okay.
Perhaps Burley or Palasha
Yes,
would
I
be
think
good.
Burley and Palasha will be on next.
Well, as much as I do love our family here, at least with Burley and Palasha, I know they can be trusted.
Bernie was watching me.
I agree.
I don't think he knows I know he was watching me, but he was watching me. I mean, who wouldn't watch me? I mean, look at me, I'm fantastic.
Yes, there is a lot more going on underneath that pumpkin helmet than Burley lets on.
We have heard the existential swan crisis. We're telling us all about this very, very smart brain.
Delacorn just laughs, clearly having been sort of exposed to Featherine's conversations.
Yes, you think you're going to have a nice tour, and suddenly they're like, "What is death?" And you're like, "Oh my god, what?"
Delacorn is very amused, but then just sort of says to you, "Pop back anytime, but I have important work." And they then, as they say important work, they turn and pounce and wiggle their bum at the two boys, who scream and squeal and run. And Delacorn pounces and pretends to chase them.
Oh my god, a big adorable demon cat wiggling their bum is the cutest image.
And I think before we head anywhere else, that is where we will leave it this evening.
Ah. Okay, we have a to-do list. We have a to-do list.
We have a direction, which is it's good.
Yes, better than most of the time.
Because we're running out of rides now.
There's still plenty for you to do. So, yes, thank you everybody who stayed with us and who has been here. I cannot tell you how much I appreciate it. We all do. We are enjoying so much sharing our stories with you, and I am very thankful to have such fun and cool people supporting us. Thank you to Lydia and the Wicked Game guys. Thank you to the Dice and the Slice guys, and to everybody who has attended, to the mums. We honestly,
Hi, Mum.
we really
Love you, Mum.
We really appreciate it so much. So please join us in 2 weeks for the next episode of Wild Beyond the Witchlight. And we will be back this Sunday with our next episode of Some Other Heroes. So please join us for that too. And if I can ask you to do one thing for us, it would be to please share our stream or information with people you think might enjoy us so that we can build this awesome community and share the love. So with that, I would like to ask my players to let us know where you can find them and what they're up to before we say goodnight. Let's start with Charlie.
Cool. You can find my stuff at charlievince.com. My Charlie spelt without an E. And I've got a little January sale on at the moment to help pay for the sleepy dog that I've got next to me right now incurred some impressive vet bills in December. So I'm trying to get some of those covered. So January sale, lots of cool, nerdy, animal, bat-based things in my shop right now. And yeah, definitely make sure you follow the Some Other Heroes stuff and spread the word. And thank you to Wayne for being such a damn good storyteller tonight. Oh my god.
Well, I am very grateful to you guys because I am not half as terrified as I was doing on my first stream. So thank you.
Yay.
Theo, let us know where we can find you, please.
You can find me on the internet, most places at theoblue.jpg, or on my website, theoblueillustration.com. I'm not up to a whole lot lately, although if you've been following me on Twitter and Instagram, I have been posting quite a lot of Some Other Heroes art and doodles, because apparently I just have no chill and that's all I think about at the moment. So
You're Theo. You're Theo. You're Theo.
I am Theo. You're correct.
You're Theo. Oh my god, you're Theo. No, your Aisling drawing. Your Aisling drawing that you did with her little rock made me just like, oh, mwah.
Wait, there was a little rock?
ROCK.
Sorry,
Yeah.
stone.
Oh yeah, you draw your new boyfriend, but you don't draw a rock, do you? Yeah, nice. Yeah, he knows where he stands now. That's fine.
See, there's an adventure happening on Theo's profile right now. Don't miss out.
Chris, would you like to tell us where we can find you, please?
Yeah, absolutely. If you're looking for me on the internet, you can find me on Twitter at ChrisMephamRPG and on the Instagram where I do more of my art stuff, which is ChrisMephamArt. Coming up, obviously, we have Some Other Heroes on Sunday, which is the continuing adventures of Aisling, Eugene and Rock. Not as minus the boyfriend at the moment, other things going on. We are joined by the absolutely amazing feline trickster, Michelle Marin, who is playing a wonderful, very chill tiefling who we love. If you love what we do and you want something else, D&D, to keep that going, our friends at Wicked Game are back tomorrow night with continuing adventures, Lighthouse adventures. Really looking forward to that, so please give them a shout. I put their stuff in the social, so just go and give them a follow as well, and drop in tomorrow night for more D&D weirdness.
It's getting good.
Also, just a little, sorry, there's a lot. Our friends at Dice and a Slice have just put up their last episode of their first season. So if you want to listen to a different but very good approach to D&D, because we all do things very differently, the three of us, and it's really, really cool. And a really heartfelt story about three found friends battling impossible odds. It's really worth a listen. It's really lovely stuff. I think I got everything.
I think so. Yeah, please like us and follow us on the socials and on Twitch, and obviously we also have a YouTube channel, but you can find all of that on our website and our profiles. Thank you again. Thank you for staying with us. I am Wayne Fick. I have been your DM, and we will see you for Wild Beyond the Witchlight in 2 weeks and for Some Other Heroes on Sunday. And this message is clearly approved by my cat yelling in the back. Thank you, everybody. I will now say goodbye and go and feed the hungry cats.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.